Along the sun-drenched shores of KwaZulu-Natal's magnificent north coast lies a destination unlike any other. A place where golden sands meet the warm Indian Ocean, where rich culture, adventure, and community come together in waves of unity. Celebrating 57 unforgettable years, the world's longest-running professional surf competition is also Africa's biggest beach festival. In 2026, the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill becomes more than just a surf event. It's a celebration of sport, music, and national pride. And this year's theme, Waves of Unity, holds true as the event unites athletes, music lovers, families, beachgoers, and visitors from around the world for 2 unforgettable weeks of entertainment, competition, and celebration. The action begins with the future stars of surfing, the O'Neill Smith Shapes, Ballito Rookie Rippers, and Ballito Pro Jr. Tomorrow's champions showcase their skills and begin their journey toward international success. As one of Africa's premier World Surf League events, the Ballito Open attracts a powerful mix of local favorites and the next generation of international surfing talent, with every heat bringing high-stakes action and world-class performances. The Ballito Open delivers a thrilling glimpse into the future of professional surfing, where tomorrow's stars are forged on the waves of Ballito. The road to surfing's biggest stage begins here. In 2026, the World Surf League Challenger Series returns to showcase the world's most talented surfers, and leading the charge is stop number 1, the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Set against the spectacular backdrop of Quatakuza's coastline, the opening event of the Challenger Series will welcome the next generation of global surfing stars, alongside established contenders, all chasing valuable points and the opportunity to make their mark from the very first heat. And in a landmark year, the World Surf League celebrates 50 years of the World Tour, making the 2026 Ballito Pro a truly historic occasion. In 2025, South Africa celebrated a champion. Luke Thompson's historic victory ignited national pride and showcased the strength of South African surfing to the world. Now, in 2026, he returns to defend his title on home waves. Every wave counts, every performance matters, and every competitor arrives with one goal: to launch their championship tour dream. From rising international talent to South Africa's finest surfers, the journey begins on the iconic shores of Ballito. Where champions rise, where communities unite, where memories are made. This is the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Ride the waves of unity.
There is always something so special about an African sunrise, but even more so here in the beautiful town of Ballito on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. And of course, the world's best are in town for a massive energy bundle, and it is a very good morning as we greet you for live coverage this morning from the QS 2000. It's a Sawubona warm greeting. Gig Saliers alongside Greg Emsley, former pro surfer. And Greg, we've had a lot to work through in the last few days. It's been so much fun, and our viewers are not going to see a more star-studded qualifying Series 2000 event than this particular Ballito Pro of 2026.
Absolutely stacked, and yeah, looking at the heat draw, there's huge names. We're kicking off massively, of course, a big talking point, Dane Henry, and to go with that, Gigs, is a lovely new swell that's filled in late yesterday afternoon into the evening, nice and strong, filling down through the bays here, and I think we're in for some lovely conditions through the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Competition through yesterday for the rounds of 80 on the men's and 48 on the women's. Saw that southerly wind, Greg, just starting to change and brush the lineup. It has ushered in a brand new south swell, as you say, Greg. And of course, we'll get competition underway. An easy call for tours and commissions to get it going this morning. Look at these conditions on your screen, folks. It's offshore, it's overhead, and it is a beautiful, crisp morning here as we greet you for Friday, the 10th of July, 2026. And we'll get the round of 64 underway here. Introducing two South Africans in Connor Schleipen out of the Cape Town region, Xavier van der Merwe from a different part of the mother city. And then, of course, someone that has really lit the stage here, is setting the pace for perhaps the junior side of sport, is the world junior champion in Dane Henry. And almost on cue, he'll get the opening ride of the heat here. 20-minute heat set out for us this morning. Low tide conditions right now, and Dane Henry in with the quick start. We mentioned the overhead size waves on offer, Greg. It certainly is a different lineup to yesterday's competition.
Yep, as we mentioned, that new swell filling in. It's it's a strong mid to large open ocean swell that we've seen fill along the South African coast. It's arrived here sort of late yesterday afternoon into the evening. It's it's probably, I would say, what we would call 3 to 5 feet out on the break here offshore. A lot of power. Again, it's right up next to the rock for the takeoff, so that offers some opening maneuvers. But we've still got that heavy closeout section that's going to give strong points to our surfers that commit to that section.
Well, Greg, talking of that, judges' discussion this morning with emphasis on certain aspects of the judging criteria. And of course, you mentioned overhead waves. The word critical comes to mind. You've used that for that end section. Where else are our surfers going to find points and light up the scorecards today?
Well, the judges are constantly talking about the major maneuvers, the combination of major maneuvers. They love nothing more than a huge, big off the top, maybe connecting with the lip and coming straight out of that turn seamlessly into a massive finish. That's always going to score well. If you can get that point break wave and sort of style wave and get a series of maneuvers, they're loving that. Of course, the variety always important. And another thing they're looking at is obviously flow, as I mentioned. Keep that flow between the turns. Keep the speed up. I think that's been a big talking point for us. The surfers that are surfing with a lot of speed in this event are certainly standing out.
Going to be interesting to see how wave selection fares, and as you mentioned, Greg, overhead conditions on some of the bigger sets.
Yeah, solid. This wave sort of chopped itself in half for Dane, but he got the starter and managed to get 2 turns. Just putting some points on the board. He, you can see his heat strategy. He managed to break away from the other 2 surfers and get that start. And this is what Dane does. He's very mature in his approach, and that's going to be points on the board and certainly something for him to build on early.
Lots to talk about for Dane Henry in 2026, the world junior champion. Of course, already a wildcard invite to the championship tour level. All eyes will be on him, the young Australian from the Gold Coast, as he works his way through what is essentially a warm-up event for him, Greg. We've seen a number of Challenger Series surfers arriving early and certainly getting a bit of time in the jersey, and as I say, getting those reps, getting their orientations in the Ballito lineup, and certainly Dane Henry taking advantage of that, even with using the junior qualifying series event a few days back.
Yeah, he's doing all the work he can do to make sure he reaches his goals, and I'm pretty sure his goals are pretty high up there, and he wants to fast track to where his goals are going. I think we all know where that is.
You mentioned that wave splitting in 2, and Dane Henry maybe perhaps didn't approach that end section with as much speed as he could have. Let's see how a more medium-sized wave offers a track for the first South African ride of the morning. Connor Schleipen, surfer out of Llandudno in Cape Town. And well, Dane Henry's going to jump on the second wave of the set. He'll just stretch out and look for opportunities. He'll go back to it. And just talking to that first score, we haven't seen that first number yet. Judges will be debating that opening ride of Dane Henry. And I mean, if you want to be critical on it, Greg, perhaps not as much speed into that end section as Dane would have liked.
Yeah, and obviously not because of Dane, it's more because of the wave breaking itself in half, having to hop over that midsection and regather speed. but I don't think he'll think too much into it. And what will happen now is Connor's wave will be compared, and the judges will set a scale for the morning. They'll look at those two waves, where those numbers going, and we're going to get a decent indication of the day. I don't think any great shakes yet. Some mid-range scores will probably come up and set the scale for the morning.
Well, it is a loaded round of 64 here. Expect some bell-ringing type of scores as the day goes on. Wave 3 already underway. Another just visit looking for opportunities. Dane Henry. We now do get to a priority rotation as Xavier van der Merwe, the only surfer who has not got to his feet, will get that opening priority. And Connor Schleipen back in the lineup for a second one. Judges just sort of, as you mentioned, Greg, just marinating on that opening exchange, particularly that opening ride of Dane Henry. Let's have a look at Connor.
Yeah, so he clicks that first section really well, comes around and really hammers into that next turn. Doesn't quite connect with the lip on the second maneuver, so gets the combinations and pushes hard through the maneuvers. And you compare it to Dane's wave. He got that first very good turn off the top. I thought that was probably the best turn of the heat so far, was the first maneuver of Dane. As we see here, this is live action, right? Or is this the replay? Yeah, this is the replay. So that first turn, and then comes and, yeah, as you mentioned, lost a bit of speed, but still got the good hammer. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these two scores compare.
All right, it is going to be a 5 for Dane Henry for that bigger, although fractured, big wave to get his score going, the 5. And Connor Schleipen, medium-sized wave, gives us some indications of where the judges are going to set the bar, so to speak, with a 4.33. So, interesting comparison there, Greg. More speed and more driving intent with that last turn of Connor Schleipen.
Yeah, and it looked good, but I think where the points went for Dane being a bit higher was that first maneuver. It was just a bigger section, a big hit, and then he did get the finish, where Connor just did get the combos, but maybe not as much push and power on those maneuvers as that opening turn of Dane's.
It's going to be interesting to see as the day continues. Of course, it is early in the morning here, just after sunrise. We're around 7:25 a.m. And an incoming tide now is part of the story for up until the midday mark, and then we'll obviously turn to the outgoing tide again. But as that tide starts to fill in, Greg, it's going to be interesting to see if the bigger waves become more the premium waves, or do you steal scores on the medium sets? Because sometimes the biggest wave in the lineup is not always going to offer the most juiciest or sweetest sections to work with. I think on an incoming tide, the bigger waves will play a part today. What are your thoughts on that?
I think throughout the day, as we've seen in competition, the set waves are going to get you the good scores. I think it's a bigger scale on a bigger scale from what we've seen on the last 2 days, and I think those opening turns are going to be important. But the judges are really enjoying the big finishing turns at Ballito because it's such a powerful section. The wave almost grows sometimes down the line, and that does become your premier section of the wave.
So if it's a single maneuver on a medium-sized wave or a single maneuver on a slightly bigger wave, you feel the judges will just tip in favor of the slightly bigger wave. Is that right? So we can say wave size today is going to be part of the discussion.
Definitely on those bigger scores. Of course, you can get the mid-range scores as well on the mid-size waves if you need a backup, and you surf it well, of course.
Well, it's all fun to break down as you see the beach scenes here this morning. Everybody in attendance early on for the warm-up surfs. Around 70, 80 surfers in the lineup this morning. All the coaches in position. Everybody monitoring. As I say, there were surfers out here literally in the dark this morning. Our sunrise at around 10 to 7. So there is about 45 minutes of free surfing in the mornings, Greg, and certainly everybody down there and amongst it saw last year's Challenger Series winner here, Luke Thompson, of course, back in his home stretch. Saw him for the warm-ups, a number of other surfers just getting in there early, but literally in the dark this morning. There were people already picking off waves, and some bigger set waves too, might I say, at first light.
Yeah, I was going to say to you, a little bit more than 45 minutes, because when I was up before 6 this morning, I was trying to see if there were waves. I was going, hang on, the lineup's already packed out there. So, yeah, guys were out super early, and yeah, they knew the swell was up. They wanted to test the boards with a bit more power in the ocean and really get a head start before their heats.
Well, all these surfers have surfed a round of competition yesterday in a more easterly swell, a slightly smaller and thinner period in the swell yesterday. But we extracted what we felt was, fair results. Some people let heat slip by, but there were definitely some standout performers as well. And certainly a couple of left-handers played the part in getting some numbers to get progression to today's competition, Greg. But I think today, not really many lefts to talk about. I don't think perhaps that will be a factor with the size of the swell running this morning.
Yeah, I would say it's still going to be the right-handers. Again, maybe with that higher tide, you might see the odd left moving down the beach, especially for a backup score.
Well, live action for the second ride of Conor Schleipen opened with the 433. This is one of those medium waves that was in discussion just now. And this one just a softer wave on the inside. A little bit sort of foamy as well. And for now, Conor Schleipen will make that his second counting ride. Meanwhile, on the outside, on the peak, just a little shift through the hips and the shoulders for Dane Henry. And then lets go of that and somehow hangs on, balancing on that tail pad. Are we hanging a question mark on completion there, Greg?
Yeah, I'm hanging a question mark on that wave. I think his footing looked a little bit wrong or something. He tried to hold on for the finish. Live action.
Well, let's have a look at the opening ride of Xavier van der Merwe, the young surfer from the Stellenbosch, Somerset West Strand area on the opposite side of the bay to Conor Schleipen. He'll get, you mentioned off screen, Greg, that Xavier, very smooth, very polished surfer, got a nice flowing style, little elements of Marky February in there just with that casualness. Let's see where Xavier van der Merwe goes for his opening score.
Yeah, so it took a bit of time to get that first wave, sat with priority for quite some time. Probably got to watch that today, getting too excited with that priority, waiting for those really good waves. You've still got to compete. And in the meantime, you saw Conor Schleipen just backing up his wave to try and put that pressure quickly on Xavier to make sure that that requirement will grow for him. But we didn't see the opening part of that wave from Xavier. It looked like he got a couple of wraps through the mid part of it. So we'll see where he sits after these scores come in.
Either way, he took 12 minutes to find that wave, so you'd be hoping that it has some weight to it for an opening score. I think a fairly disappointing backup score right now for Conor Schleipen in the 2.83. And we're still waiting to see what judges say of the last of green Dane Henry. Meanwhile, back in the lineup, and this is a much better wall on offer, but Conor Schleipen will let that turn go. Just up in the top corner, fins releasing, and rail just letting go as we get down to the 6-minute mark for the opening heat of the morning. Judges working on that score for our athlete in white, Xavier van der Merwe, will let that score drop in. We are constantly, that top left of screen block pretty much stays updated. It is owed one, it's actually owed a couple of scores still, so just under 6 to go. And Dane Henry, meanwhile, a 2.17, so pretty much an incomplete from the panel for Dane Henry's last wave, Greg.
Yeah, it was just, exactly, it was incomplete. He didn't quite find his rhythm on that. This was the 2.83 from Conor. Just having a bit of fun. He definitely didn't sell the judges on this. But he's a really cool surfer. Sometimes he can be a bit more aggressive, and this turn, just sort of getting stuck on the back of the outside of that lip line, comes through to the inside. I mean, a heavy finish, but it was deemed incomplete. Didn't quite get ahead of the whitewater. From a coaching perspective, I'll get back to that as we see Xavier on the outside section. Beautiful clean carve, as we mentioned, sets up. And it just doesn't see much on offer. I always say from a coaching perspective, Gigs, when you do that last maneuver, the judges are so critical on the completion. ride out in front of the whitewater and just do one or two little pumps to say, hey,
I'm back in control of my equipment as well.
Yeah, don't leave anything hanging out there for question. Make sure the judges know that you've ridden out in front.
Well, some fun talking points out of the first heat of the morning here. Scores a 1.5 for first of white, so Xavier van der Merwe down in third holds the priority again. No surprises really in Dane Henry out front, but it's really just care of very moderate scores, a 5 and a 2.17. Noticing Connor Schleipen on a slightly bigger wave, letting go of a turn in the top corner. Dane Henry too, just sort of struggling with the rail in the top end of that last set. So perhaps as the water starts to shift here, Greg, and we did make this a discussion point, is that the bigger waves versus the more medium waves in the lineup, which one was going to offer opportunity for scoring. So both Henry and Schleipen just struggling with those last bigger sets.
Absolutely, and it was going to... That's building up to a point I wanted to make for equipment choice today. What do you go with? The last couple of days, surfers have looked for their real good small wave boards that can whip along the face of the waves. For me today, there's more than enough power in the ocean, and it might be too much power for those whippy boards. I would take a board that's going to really hold, something you'd surf at a solid sort of point break, and put a good set of fins in so you can draw off the bottom as hard as you want and really rip off the top as hard as you want on every maneuver.
Well, that brings that step-up board, that backup board, into discussion here this morning for our round of 64 in the qualifying series. Just looking at conditions, it is still that southerly wind that's puffing through the lineup, is brushing it. And Connor Schleipen, meanwhile, will find his fourth wave of the heat. Big, heavy section, just gets a little manipulated and he goes down with 2:40 on the clock. So opportunity now for Dane Henry and Xavier van der Merwe to bring perhaps last rides of the heat, because this one has whizzed by down to 2.5 minutes to go. Good looking wave stretches out ahead here for the other South African, and there he gets it nicely up into the lip there. Puts the board in the critical section, perhaps not driving through that turn with as much speed that he may have hoped for, but either way, in the critical section. And we'll start looking at the points comparison between Connor Schleipen and Xavier van der Merwe for progression. 5.66 required and a score to come for our surfer in white as we hit the 2-minute mark, Greg.
Yeah, I think that's Xavier's best wave. I quite enjoyed that turn. I enjoyed how quickly he rotated off the top. Of course, just allowing the one maneuver he needs. He's going to need to get something else. It's not going to be the score required, but it might just give him a gap to break wide and find something sneakily under priority.
We spoke yesterday about how the lineup can change with a southerly swell, and that really is a whole new swell direction compared to yesterday that we're working with this morning, Greg. And it is tending to push everybody up the beach. I'm wondering how many wide opportunities there will be through the course of the day. What are we making of this one?
So this was that one big hit. I actually quite enjoyed how he put everything into that turn, just trying to improve that scoreline. And this is Xavier. I think he connected well with the lip. I think he put the fins out. He rotated that board beautifully towards the beach. And then we see it does look like Dane having a completion on one of his last... Oh, well, that's his last ride now.
Early morning light here as we into the last minute of the opening heat of the morning. On screen, Dane Henry will bring us another score, judges scorecard open. Other scorecards are established. Xavier van der Merwe's second ride in it at 2.43, Greg. So judges perhaps a little critical of that. No real numbers moving on Connor Schleipen's scorecard. And just as we say, Dane Henry looking to improve on a lowly 2.17. And we'll find out if he's done that as the clock hits down to 20 seconds.
So this is the replay of that last wave. So sets up with the float. Beautiful wrapping carve, and then comes into the air rotation. Okay, so we definitely didn't see that wave. That to me looks like that looks like the best wave of the heat for me.
Yep, that's pretty much going to establish Dane Henry into the round of 32 here at the Ballito Open. Of course, a big festival of surfing activity. And waiting for judges to bring us another score. You just see an inside opportunity for Dane Henry too on a last little flick in the mid-break, shore break. We'll find out more about that. But judges just thinking of that full repertoire, easily going to be the best wave of the heat, Greg. It's just a matter of establishing the number.
Yeah, he set up, the floater, more of a setup, keeping the speed. A beautiful wrap into that second turn right around, and then obviously got the completion with the air rotation. So put the combos together and look good on that.
An official result, Dane Henry's last ride in at a 7.17. He'll take the heat win. He'll go along with Connor Schleipen through to the next round. We're going to sit back and take a break, and we'll be back for the second heat of the morning.
And welcome back, ladies and gents. It's a beautiful morning here on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal, and this is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. So just scenes of what's going on here on the beach, and scores still coming in from the previous heat for Jorgen Kuzine. In picture here from the previous one, heat number 2. So as those scores come in, we'll say good morning. It's Mike Frew and Johan Frey in the booth here. Good morning, Mike. Looks like there's still 1 or 2 scores coming in from the previous heat.
Hey, morning, Johan. What a cracker morning down here in the Quadikuza region of KZN. Waves are firing today. Whew, I was so stoked to see this when I woke up.
And the scores from the previous heat did come in. It was Cade Matson who took out the win ahead of Chad Dutoy, advancing through heat number 2 of the morning in the round of 64. So unfortunately not enough for Jorgen Kuzine. So we are going to move into the next heat, the round of 64, heat number 3. And introducing these surfers in the red, we've got Daniel Emsley taking on Jake Anderson in the blue, Shane Sykes in the white, and Vitor Ferreira in the green. So another good one on paper here. We've got the 3 local lads, Mike, and the traveling Brazilian surfer. It's going to set up to be a good heat.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested to see how Shane Sykes goes here. Very big local support on the beach for Shane. I know a lot of the Salt Rock and Ballito locals have come down to support their boy. Shane, this is where he grew up. He won SA Champs here. He's won many events over the years here at this beach. He knows the wave really well, but he's got an absolutely stacked heat with Jake Anderson, Daniel Emsley, and Victor Ferreira from Brazil. Vitor had a great heat yesterday.
Yeah, Vitor Ferreira, talented surfer from Rio de Janeiro, calls his local break Sakurema, and he is down here to look for a good result, not just in the QS, but in the Challenger Series. Is the Brazilian in the green. Of course, he's taking on Dan Emsley. We'll see him in the Challenger Series event next week. The East London surfer, of course, Jake Anderson from Cape Town in South Africa, and of course, as you mentioned, Shane Sykes. He's got the local knowledge here. And yeah, I mean, looking at the surf today, Mike, we got that more classic sort of Ballito waves breaking sort of in that spot on the sandbank and running down sort of the sandy point. Do you think the local knowledge of Shane Sykes is going to make a little bit of a difference here in this heat?
So today is very much more the traditional surfers break here in Ballito. In terms of what we can expect from this point and why we come and surf here. So if you look at screen right now, you see that rock on the right-hand side. There's a little bit of sand that comes off the end of that point, and when the ground swells are lined up like this, the main wave is the right that breaks from the top of that point all the way through past the left of screen here. So it's not going to be as like variable as yesterday in terms of peaks all over the show. Quite unlikely that we're going to have any lefts as well today because of the nature of the swell. But a nice, strong ground swell has filled in overnight, and we can expect it to keep building through the day. So in terms of local knowledge, Shane might know the ones that possibly aren't going to close out on the bank. Some of the bigger ones sometimes can tend to close out. So he'll know which ones to go on, which may offer a barrel section or at least run a little bit more in terms of offering those scoring potentials. Because often you can take off, if you saw that one in screen there, you take off and it's got like kind of 2 sections to it. Or you get the bigger ones that just close out, but you want those little nuggets that are going to offer the scoring right down the sandbank.
Yeah, look at this one. Surfer in the red. Gets up and riding, and now it's white going for this one. Shane Sykes. So he carves it in the pockets. Snaps it hard, does surfer in the white, and Shane Sykes showing us what he's got here in the opening stages of this heat. I did see red up and riding there as well. Dan Emsley, I'm not sure who was in the right position there, Mike.
So I don't see any priority established yet on the screen, so those could have been the very first 2 rides of the heat. If it was, Johan, it looks like Daniel Emsley could have been up and riding first, and potentially Shane Sykes dropped in on him. That might have been a an error by Shane. But let's see what the judges saw from the beach angle. But just as that camera cut to it, the first thing you and I did was sit back in our chairs and went like, uh-oh, did he drop in on Daniel Emsley? So we'll wait for the sort of official call on that situation. But I hope for Shane Sykes' sake that it wasn't that kind of error, because it'll be a tough start for him and it'll certainly make it a little bit more challenging to get through the heat.
Yeah, that was Emsley up and riding. Daniel Emsley, the East London surfer from just a few hundred kilometers south of Ballito. He's paddling back out into the lineup, and as you were saying, Mike, he sort of put a hand up. So good chance that there was something there that we might have not seen, but we'll see results soon and some replays. And just taking a look, Emsley was up and riding. And it looks like it was a drop-in from Shane Sykes.
You know what I think happened there is they both committed to the wave. Daniel was a lot deeper than Shane. Shane probably didn't notice that Daniel was going for it, and he might have felt like Daniel was a little bit too deep. Daniel took off pretty much under the lip, and I actually don't think Shane even knew he was there.
Yeah.
But Daniel did cross Shane's takeoff path. So, if you look at some of those interference calls in the past, we might have a bit of an issue there from Shane, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, we'll get you guys the results shortly. We're just going to run down to the beach interview. It's Emma with Cade Matson in the previous heat.
I'll keep talking. How's it going? Cool. Cade, what a heat. You felt like that started as your worst heat ever, and then you dropped that insane score at the end. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I was pretty frustrated, honestly, like falling on my first wave. I don't really normally do that, so it's kind of like a shock. But then I feel like I put it behind me and then just like ended up on not such great waves. And in the end of the heat, there was like, I think 2 minutes left and I needed a score. And I was just like, if I lose this heat, I deserve it. Like that was just a bad heat. But yeah, I'm happy it worked out.
Nice. And you said you've been up 4 a.m. every morning on the froth. What's the sort of routine you've had arriving in South Africa, navigating jet lag?
Yeah, it's good. I kind of like hurt my knee a little bit before this event, so I've been kind of resting, not free surfing too much. So that's makes it a little bit more difficult. I kind of paddle out with like a little jello legs, but yeah, it's been nice to wake up super early and just, get the morning started, get coffee, watch surf clips, whatever it is. But yeah, it's good.
Nice. Well, the jelly legs maybe in the beginning of the heat, but not at the end. And you through. Good luck for the next round.
Appreciate it.
Cool.
Thank
Back
you.
to you guys.
Thank you so much. That was Emma with the winner of the last heat, Cade Matson, surfer from San Clemente. And that interference call has been put onto our screen. So unfortunate there for white Shane Sykes. And that is an interference that's white on red. And that call was made whilst we were down on the beach for the interview. So that's going to make a difference in this heat, Mike. Shane Sykes, unfortunately, now on the back foot for the next 12 and a half minutes.
Daniel Emsley paddling into this one. Beautiful looking wave. Big section. Goodness, he goes up very late. And in the transition time it took him to get up the face there, just came a bit unbalanced and wasn't centered over his board when he hit that lip. So he'll be back out there. But that wave really gave you a good idea of the power and the energy that's in the new swell that's filtered in here overnight. Having a look at the buoy readings and what it is at the moment in terms of the forecast, the swell is about 2.3 meters at 12 seconds at the moment, and it's expected to go up to about 2.8 meters at 15 seconds by this afternoon. So we're going to see a lot of waves like this today continue to build throughout the sandbank down here at Surface Point in Ballito, or Willard Beach, as it's officially known.
Yeah, you could see the size in that swell, and I was getting excited as we saw that one come in. Emsley dropped in really nicely. For a second, I thought, that might just line up for a little tube. He ended up going and really committing to that lip, but sort of just getting stuck on the top, and really challenging conditions. I mean, these guys are professional surfers, and it's not easy to make some of these turns, especially on the bigger waves. So Emsley goes down on that last one, and he's just going to reset out the back. So the second scoring ride for red did come through to 3.17 for Dan Emsley. And of course, just to remind you, there was an interference called on Shane Sykes. So that score getting taken away there, the opening ride, and it was a pity for Sykes because it was a really good wave. Mike?
It'll be nice if we could get a replay of that now the official call has been made. I really don't think Shane knew that Daniel was there. He probably saw him paddling, but didn't. You see that? He doesn't even look to the side. And I think Daniel just was a lot deeper. And Shane probably riding this wave, thinking he's onto a good one, but not knowing that he dropped in on Daniel Emsley. And you can't do that.
Yeah.
And so what are the implications of that then, Johan?
Yeah, so if you take a look at the screen, that whole ride has now sitting on a 0. So his score has been taken away completely. And that was a pretty decent wave that he had there. It would have came in at a mid-range score. He had a nice finish. But now that score has been scratched completely. Watching this up and riding, it's Surf in the Blue, Jake Anderson, the Cape Townian.
This is one of those like medium-sized ones that I was talking about earlier, where it allows you a little bit more opportunity. It's got a lot of sections to hit, and it actually runs down the bank. So it's got a lot of scoring potential on it. Jake getting 3 turns in there. Today, we definitely going to see that end section come very much into play, Johan, because as the swell continues to build, that sandbank at the end to the left of the screen is very, very shallow. And it heaves into a big closeout. And if you're able to negotiate that and put an exclamation mark on your wave with some sort of maneuver down there, it's really going to stand you in good stead for a big score. Yeah, we've got a paddle. It's Vitor Ferreira.
Up and going, the Brazilian. Ferreira eyes the lip. Nice up into the pockets, and he's going to ride out successfully. So an opening score to come in for green, Vitor. And I like that, Mike. I thought for a second he was getting a little bit caught on the top of that wave as it sort of bottomed out, but he compressed quite nicely, and I think that's going to make a big difference on these bigger waves today on day number 2 of competition. He rode out nice and clean from that sort of gnarly whitewater section.
Yeah, he whipped the board up at the end section, and he kind of disappeared for a little bit. I also thought he might have got hung up a bit, but carried nice momentum through. And it's those dramatic finishes that often result in a decent score on the board. This is a replay of Jake Anderson, the surfer in Blues wave. So nice first turn, just kind of setting up the rest of the wave. This second turn hits the lip, little soft and comes unstuck there, but negotiates that end section as well. Then we got a Vitor Ferreira, our Brazilian competitor, just the one turn. And you know, the reason he got hung up there, Johan, is he actually drifted the tail on that turn. So he added a little bit of flair there, which I didn't see initially on the turn. And I like the extra little bit of flair and spice that he added to that turn. Look at these waves running down the point. Beautiful conditions here for day 2 of the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill.
Just taking a look here, our surfers in the blue and in the green. So 7.5 minutes remaining. That score for surfer in the green, Vitor coming in at a 5-point ride. So it is the surfer in the green in first currently with a 5.0. Surf in the red, Dan Emsley sitting on a 3.17, and that opening score for blue did come through at a 2.83, Jake Anderson. And of course, Shane Sykes down in 4th position, sitting on that priority interference. And why I say it's a priority interference is his top score has been scratched. So it was not a paddling interference, but a priority interference, which means that the surfers hindered the opponents and did not give that opponent an opportunity to get up and going on that wave, even though he had right away Dan Emsley. So unfortunate for Shane Sykes. He's looking for a 3.49. So you know what, Mike? It's a slow heat so far. Shane Sykes might still just stand a chance to actually advance if he gets a good score over blue, red, and green. But with 6.5 minutes, it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds.
I think that the way this may play out is, have a look at the screen. You got Shane Sykes with priority here. Daniel Emsley only has a 3.8. We've had almost 3/4 of the heat. These 20-minute heats go very quickly. If Shane Sykes can score an 8 or something better, I reckon, like you say, he's got a good chance of still getting through this heat, even with the interference. And this is Shane up and riding now. So he's taking a big set wave. Oh, Johan, you don't want to be falling like that. So he's got the interference and unfortunately comes unstuck and just puts his head down. You can see his body language. But disappointed in himself for making a turn that he would have made hundreds of times at the same bank. So maybe just feeling a little bit of pressure out there now at Shane Sykes. He really has to get a score probably in the excellent range now to make the heat. Comes around the section really nicely, sets the turn up, and as he goes into the layback, you see what happened there, the front rail facing the beach just dug into the water, and what that did is it basically flipped the board and threw him forward. And Shane Sykes coming unstuck. But Shane still in the mix here, because if I have a look at the scores overall and the requirements, Shane only needs a 3.31. That'll change if Daniel Emsley or Jake Anderson, who are in second and third, get another sort of score. But I still feel at this stage, Shane could make it with an excellent score.
For sure. There's still an opportunity for a surfer in the white. And just to explain, the penalty, once again, for white Shane Sykes is the offending surfer loses their entire score for that specific wave. So he would have gotten a score that would have been in the mid sort of 5 or 4 range. So that wave gets taken away. And their heat totals calculated using only this single best ride in effect. So they only get to count one wave for the entire heat. So, I mean, Shane needs an excellent one. But here we go with surfer in the red. This is Dan Emsley. Great looking wave. Cracks a big turn off the top. Let's see if he can squeeze in one more. Heavy section, Mike.
Hey, I really like how he came off the bottom, lay into that bottom turn. So used his leading arm, dropped the shoulders, he had high hips going into that turn. And as he hit the lip of that wave, a little bit of spit came out that barrel section. So beautiful first turn, just the one maneuver. Now it'll be interesting to see what they give Daniel here, because Vitor Pereira, who's in the lead, he had a 5 for that one big backhand snap, okay? That closeout turn. Daniel Emsley also only had one big turn. I feel like technically Daniel's turn might have been a little bit better than Vitor's, but overall, Vitor finished the wave nicely. Daniel only got the one turn in, and you feel like there was maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity in a second turn or something there on Daniel's wave. So,
yeah.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon it might come in higher or lower than Vitor's?
Wow. Yeah, Mike, I think that was really a section of consequence, and I think the judges are going to take that into mind. So it was a big wave. He really committed to it. And, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that score gets up there into the good range, potentially. If he had gotten another turn in, it could have very much gone into that sort of high good to even excellent range, depending on how he hit the section. It's just going to be one turn, but I do think that it's going to be a really nifty score in his scoreline right now. It was a big one. Watching this, Mike, take us through it.
So solid wave, hard off the bottom, cracks the lip, little bit of an airdrop down, throws a chunk of spray in the air. An impressive turn. Just the one turn. The judges will be comparing it to that one turn closeout maneuver of Vitor Ferreira on the first, it was his second wave, the Brazilian. So 2 one maneuver waves, which was the better? Soon we'll see the scores from the judges, and we'll see sort of where they're pegging things. The person that's going to impact the most here, whatever that score is going to be Shane Sykes, sitting in fourth at the moment, because whatever Daniel's score drops in at, that requirement of Shane is going to jump up quite significantly.
Yeah, scores are dropping in, and it does look like, Mike, it might come in under surfer in the green, Vitor, and it does come in at a 4.07 for surfer in the red, Daniel Emsley. So, I mean, maybe it was because it was that one single maneuver. If he sort of squeezed another one in, it could have really gotten up there. But still a nifty score for Emsley. We got 90 seconds remaining. Up and going is blue.
So Jake Anderson got a bit of work to do. He requires a 2.88 at this stage. And Johan, I think he might have got a score like that on that wave. So Daniel Emsley moved to the lead, and Vitor Ferreira dropped down to second. Jake Anderson didn't need much. And I think it's going to be right up there, maybe getting the requirements. And just back to that wave of Vitor Ferreira and Daniel Emsley, that comparison, I think Vitor finished his wave overall really nicely, and this is him up and riding again.
Up and going. It's a Brazilian. Smashes that one into the lip. He's going to free fall, and he finds a successful finish with 45 seconds remaining. See him compressing down on his board, and he's going to make his way in. Vitor Ferreira, the surfer from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And scores are coming in, Mike.
Incredibly, he might make the heat with just 2 turns. 1 turn on the one wave, 1 turn on the second wave. Very similar turns, flared out. 2 turns, and he might have got the job done there.
Sometimes that's all you need. This is a replay from surfer in the blue, Jake Anderson. Got a couple calves. I mean, Mike, it was a bit of a smaller wave. He did find the finish, though. And he wasn't looking for a big number, but we also have that score to come in for green. So let's just see how this heat unfolds. We got 5 seconds remaining, so the heat comes to completion. And I like how I drifted the tail, accentuated it there on the top of the lip.
I think that could potentially even come in higher than his first wave, looking at the type of turn there. So when Jake Anderson took off, that wave of Jake's, I think, would have got him back up into second, but then potentially that one of Vitor Ferreira would have knocked Jake back down to third.
All right, so this is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. We'll get right back with all the results. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, ladies and gents. Bledo Open presented by O'Neill. It's a beautiful morning down here, and I said we'll be right back with the results, and there we go. It was Vitor Ferreira taking out the win, the Brazilian, with a heat total of an 8.7 ahead of Daniel Emsley in the red. So those two surfers advanced through to the next round, the round of 32. And Mike, we are going to move straight into the round of 64, heat number 4. So introducing these surfers. In the red, we've got Levi Epinitas taking on Kai Hall. In the blue, we got the American Dimitri Poulos in the white, and of course Ben Lawrenson in the green. So we got the two local boys taking on white and green. The international surfers getting underway nice and early. That's red, Epinitas.
Another stacked heat. We saw Levi on that wave, the one big turn. Interestingly, the results of that last heat, Johan, I see that Vitor Ferreira's last wave came in at a high 3. I think it was about 3.7. So it was actually under the score on his first one. And if I look at those two waves, the second wave was slightly smaller. He didn't ride it as long, and it wasn't as consequential a section. And so that's potentially why the judges gave it slightly lower than that one other big turn of his. So it just gives us an idea there of what the judges are looking for. Bigger wave, big closeout, high-risk maneuvers. Levi Epinitas on that opening wave in this heat did a very similar turn to what Vitor did at the end of that last heat. So let's see how that comes in, and it'll give us a bit of an indicator of where the scale is set for this heat.
Yeah, good point there, Mike. I think all these surfers have to do, it sounds easy to say it, but find a big section, hit it really critically, compress and ride out. You know, that's what's going to fetch you a score. A bigger section here, overhead wave for Epinitas. He hits it off the top, and it comes in at a 3.50. So not a bad start for Levi Epinitas. What do you think maybe hindered him from really getting up into the good range on that last wave, Mike?
Knowing Levi and seeing him do a lot of back-end turns like that in the past, in his sort of ability and capacity, that was sort of a 50% turn for Levi. He got a little hung up in the lip. If he had projected like with a lot of speed through that section and come out fast, I think it would have looked a little bit more impressive and he would have got a higher score. Do you remember yesterday afternoon there was that Daniela Rosas who did those closeout turns, and she was going into it with so much speed and flow, and she was getting a high scores. Where if you compare and look at what Levi did there, he got a little hung up in the turn. So he hit it. There was a slight pause, and then he sort of came down. He didn't come through the turn with speed and power. There's no other waves, and we see it again, you'll see there was just a millisecond of where he got hung up in that turn. And I think the judges can see that. They look at the replays as well, and then analyze the score. And a 3.5 they'll put on the board, knowing that potentially, Levi could do 3 or 4 even bigger ones in the heat, and they've got to allow the scale through the rest of the heat to allow for potential scores like that.
Yeah, of course, good analysis there, Mike, as we watch surfer in the white. That's Dimitri Poulos, the surfer from Ventura in California. Beautiful arcing rail carve, big section. Oh, and that is a nice combo. Sort of a float snap to finish off there, Mike, and I think he's going to put a decent number on the board.
That was the first wave that you and I have seen since we've been in the booth here that's run all the way down the points into that end closeout section. Dimitri had a lot of work to do to get past those first 2 sections, but then it opened up beautifully. Right, here's Levi Epinitos, goes into another turn. See how he came out of that one with a lot more speed and flow, and wow, no hang-ups on that one. So I think if you compare it to his first wave, he surfed that one a lot better, a lot more flair, and importantly carried the speed through the turns. There was no sort of jerkiness or hung up like you saw on the first wave, and that's the last turn where he smashed the closeout there was a lot more like the normal Levi Epinitos that we used to seeing.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting exchange. I really like that sort of back-to-back waves that we just saw. One from White Poulos. He had a nice sort of rail carve and mixed it up. I'm sure we'll get a replay here. Here he goes, Dimitri Poulos, the Californian surfer, and eyed the section, and he just sort of stayed nice and patient on this one. And look at that, lots of spray coming off his rail, and then this is going to be a good section, throaty one, and he finds the finish. And here we go, take us through this one. This is the Epinitos wave.
So Levi goes up, tags the first section, eyes that closeout, hammers it, and comes down. And I feel like that. I think that was better than his first wave, significantly better. So judges having a look at both of the replays of those, you see we're still waiting for scores. I really liked Dimitri's wave as well. The way it turned into a real beautiful point break style wave. The way he went into the bottom turn, up into that beautiful carve and carried that speed through to the closeout section was lovely to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Those were 2 really good, easy on the eye waves to watch. The opening score for White Poulos comes through at a 5.33. So that's a 5.33 for the first score of White. And interesting to see what last of Red would come in as. Yeah, Mike, as you were saying earlier, it just seemed like he was really just in front of the where in the previous wave it looked like he was behind the section, but that one, his timing was just really good, and that speed made the world of difference. So scores are coming in for Epinitos in the red, and it does look like it may come in as the best wave of the heat, a 6.5 for surfer in the red.
Comparing Dimitri and Levi's waves, Levi's wave was a little better than Dimitri's. He didn't have to work as hard to get round to establish that first turn. The section presented itself almost straight away, so he took off, went into the first turn. And then if you compare the 2 closeout turns between Dimitri and Levi had, he hammered that end section where Dimitri did more of a speed float over the end section. And a little bit more sort of consequence, I think, in the heaviness of the section at the end of Levi's waves compared to Dimitri. And that's why you're seeing a difference in the score. So Dimitri a 5.33 and Levi got a 6.5. So the judges, again, if we compare it to that earlier heat we watched, you've got to finish the wave off nicely. The bigger set waves are scoring more. And They don't want to see you sort of pumping too much around sections. They want to see all the maneuvers connected together with good flow.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about the judging criteria and that critical aspect is one of those sort of aspects that are in the criteria, and the judges are looking for that. And yeah, I just like how Epinitas really just slammed that shut. So yeah, Levi Epinitas is in a good position here with a 6.5 and a 3.5 Mike, and Dimitri Poulos in second position. Bit of a slow start for Blue Kai Hall and Ben Lawrenson. Of course, Kai Hall, he would have been stoked to see that the waves have jacked in size, because he's been charging the last few years and focusing on some big barrels and some bigger wave surfing, and he's very comfortable in big surfs. So Kai Hall's going to stay patient for the right one. And then, of course, we've got Ben Lawrenson, young surfer from Noosa Heads in the Sunshine Coast in Australia. His biggest result so far in his career, second place finish at the 2025 Siargao International Surfing Cup, which was a QS 6000 out in the Philippines. So he's looking to get a nice heat going here, and staying patient with 10.5 to go.
It's if you look at the waves when we were down on the beach before coming into the booth here, there are a lot of waves out there. So but the guys are waiting for those big sets, and Kai Hall and Ben Lawrenson being very, very patient in getting their first wave. So half the heat has progressed already, and we still await an opening ride from Kai Hall and Ben Lawrenson. See a couple of sets approaching. I think there are quite a lot of closeouts still. This is a new swell that's filtering in. It only really started coming and heaving in here to Ballito probably 10 or 12 hours ago. So what we're seeing is really still the start of the swell. And we got a paddle. This is Dimitri Poulos, our surfer in white. So it's his second wave. Whatever he gets there will count towards his overall heat score. But we still wait for the opener from Kai Hall and Ben Lawrenson. And when I saw the conditions this morning and I saw Kai Hall was in the seats, I thought, whew, this is a danger man. It's the conditions he loves when it's overhead. He spent a lot of time all over the world in places like Tahiti. He spent a lot of time in Hawaii. He charges the KZN coastline when it's big. And he'll be frothing to get going on something here. And here we go. This is Kai Hall.
Up and going. Kai Hall on a nice steep section, going for a big hit off the top. And that was that section of consequence that we were talking about, Mike. He's unfortunately going to go down. Ben Lawrenson, the Australian, up and going, the goofy footer. Nice carve off the top. Bigger section for Lawrenson. And he finds the finish.
So Kai, big section, full commitment. With Kai, it really is all or nothing when he goes at the lip or into the barrel in waves like this. It's what he's known for. But just a little off on the timing, and unfortunately coming unstuck. So he'll look to get straight back out there and look for another one of those type of waves. There's still 8 minutes remaining. I really like Ben Lawrenson's wave. Similar to Levi Epinitas, where he got the 2 turns in. The wave looked a little softer when he took off. And this is Kai. Let's look at this replay. It's Kai's first wave, Johan. He didn't really do anything wrong there. He really just came unstuck on the bottom.
Yeah, it was a bigger wave, and this is the replay from Lawrenson. I like that whippy snap to finish. So, I mean, if you look at Ben Lawrenson's wave, it was a little bit of a softer wave that sort of closed out, and he really timed that turn really well. So he did some really good work there. Comparing it to Kai Hall's wave, his wave definitely a wave of consequence, as we were saying, and he was looking for a finish there, and it was just a really hard wave to surf. I mean, he didn't really have much time. It just bottomed out from beneath him, and if he had landed that, it would have been a pretty nifty score in his scoreline. But he's going to go back to the drawing board, and he's going to look for another one like that, Mike, and hopefully land it the next time.
Yeah, so went for extreme risk there. Did Kai. It was a very heavy section. If he'd made that, I think he would have found himself right up near the top of the leaderboard there. Ben Lawrenson scored a 4 for those 2 turns. The second turn of Ben's, I almost thought he was going to come unstuck as he hit it. He looked slightly off balance, but recovered nicely to ride out of that turn. And he had a beautiful timed first maneuver. went up in that very sweet spot. It must have felt so good as he came out of that second turn, seeing that big section ahead of him, and finally gets on the board. So we've got surfers in green and blue, Ben Lawrenson and Kai now on the board, and the heat has sort of established itself in terms of the requirements, Johan.
Yeah, so 6.5 to go. Levi Epinita sitting pretty on top at the moment with his single highest ride of a 6.5. His backup of a 3.50. White Dimitri Poulas sitting with a 5.33, and he's looking for a 4.68 to move up into first. Then we've got the Australian Ben Lawrenson in third position, looking for a small score of a 1.84 to move up to second. And Kai Hall down in fourth position, looking for a 5.04. Priority is with your man to the right of your screen. That's Levi Epinitas, the young surfer from down in Cape Town, here in South Africa. And of course, Dimitri Poulas in second priority, with blue in third priority. In picture, that is Dimitri Poulas, currently sitting in that second advancing position, but he knows he's not completely safe here, Mike. So Dimitri, of course, a very accomplished surfer from Ventura, California. He's had a couple decent results, a first place, a win at the La Marginal Surf Pro, US 4000, and then second place at Virginia Beach Surf Pro. In the QS last year, he ended up taking a 49th here at the Ballito Open. So Dimitri Poulas is looking for a good result here, to improve upon his result last year. And of course, to take it straight into the Bledo Pro. We had a 25th place finish last year at the Pro in 2025. So he's looking to really take this heat and gain some momentum as he moves into that Bledo Pro. And he was pretty close to qualifying for the CT last year. He was only a few spots off, Mike. So I'm really excited to see what Dimitri Poulas is not just going to do in this event, but throughout the run of the Challenger Series. He's still got some time on the clock, but he's definitely not in a safe position now with green and blue right on his heels.
So Levi leading the heats. Levi, through his results in the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior the other day, managed to qualify for the WSL World Juniors. As we see, this is Ben Lawrenson. So we were saying we weren't going to see too many lefts today, but here you go in the second heat that we're looking at. We do see Ben Lawrenson taking advantage of a left. He didn't need much. He knows from the beach announcers what his requirement was, and he would have gotten on that wave. A couple of turns, he just needed a 1.84, and some smart surfing. He managed to get under priority of the other surfers, get that left, and potentially take that second place away from Dimitri Poulas. But our leader there, Levi Epinitas, has surfed quite a well-measured heat so far. This is the left. Ooh, beautiful looking little wave. Great section. He tags it right near the lip there in the critical section. 2-3 turns. Not looking for a big score to try and get second place from Dimitri Poulas.
Yeah, that was very smart from Ben Lawrenson, the Australian. He was looking for a small score, and he has moved up into second. So last of surfer in the green, a 3.93 for Ben Lawrenson. So squeezing some good turns in on the left. A bit more of a rare left-hander, but he takes advantage and he moves up to second. Now white, Dimitri Poulas looking for a 2.60 to move back up into second. And Kai Hall requiring a 7.13. So Kai Hall is looking for a pretty decent score to advance. And Poulas not looking for a big one at 2.60. At the moment, it's a tight tussle for second position. We got 2.5 minutes remaining. Priority is with red, Levi Epinitas. So he's in a pretty decent position, Mike. And I do think the danger man right now is definitely Dimitri Poulas in second position, looking for a small score.
Yeah, for sure. So interesting if you look at the screen. Levi has priority, and he's sitting quite far down on the left-hand side of the break. So he's obviously looking for something much wider compared to the takeoff here. This is surfer in the blue. That is Kai Hall. So Kai getting going, finally finds something on the inside. You feel like he had to go on that wave because he hasn't had anything of significance before this. And with 2 minutes remaining, he's going to have a pretty rushed paddle back out to try and find another wave. But he's now certainly a little bit further into the discussion, into the the threat of that second place position. So it's all coming alive here at the end of the heat in the last 2 minutes, Johan.
Up and going. This is Ben Lawrenson, Australian. He goes down on that turn. Kai Hall's going to put a score on the board, and that might just be a little number for him, Mike, to paddle back and try and get another score. So he might be able to get there with 2 rides. That last score for Hall does come through, and it was a 2.5. So Kai Hall now needs a 5.43 in the last minute and 10 seconds of this heat. There he is in picture, a young South African. So definitely not impossible for Kai Hall in the blue. And of course, with 1 minute to go, it's still important for Surfer in the white to look for a ride. This is your heat leader, Levi Epinitas, looking to improve.
Yeah, so Levi getting to work. He's riding a 5'11 sharp eye. He's quite a tall guy, Levi, and riding a 5'11 out there in these conditions today. But just under 1 minute remaining. I can't see if Kai Hall's got back out there, but goodness, we've had such a flurry of rides in the last 3 minutes, Johan.
Here we go.
More rides than we've seen the whole heat.
Dimitri Poulos now up and riding. This is going to be a decent score, and he finishes it off. He wasn't looking for a big score, Mike, and I really like that wave. It wasn't a massive wave, but he surfed it really well, and I do think that there's a good chance that we might see a situation change. In picture, that is Surfer in the green. Ben Lawrenson, got 5 seconds remaining. Will there be an opportunity for green? I don't think so. So that's the man in picture, Dimitri Poulos. And the Californian is waiting for his scores on the beach, Mike. We're just going to run through a quick replay. Last of blue, this was Kai Hall.
So this was the 2.5 or so of Kai's to try and get into the mix. Don't know if he was able to get out at the very end of the heat. Then this was Ben Lawrenson, smashed the big one turn, trying to hang on to that second place. And then this was the leader, Levi Epinitas. He came and stuck at the end of this wave. So he got his job done on the 2 waves prior to that, but he had to use his priority to keep all the rest of the guys off that wave. And then the heat ended with Dimitri Poulos on one of the biggest frontside turns. Wow! Johan, that board looking sharp, throwing a lot of spray in the air. So Dimitri, let's see where he landed up at the end of the heat.
Scores are in, Mike. It comes through to 6-point ride. So it's Dimitri Poulos taking the win ahead of Levi Epinitas in the red. And we're going to go into a break. We'll be right back. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill.
The show continues this morning from beautiful Ballito. It is the qualifying series 2000 Ballito Open, the most star-studded QS 2000 that you will see in 2026. It's the round of 64, Heat 6, introducing two South Africans in Slade Prestwich and Nate Colby. They'll take on the Moroccan Ayman Gugali, and Hawaii will be represented by Luke Tima. It's a very good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, and Greg Emsley for the call. And well, straight into the action as we find ourselves here with 18.5 on the clock. It was quick out the gates for Nate Colby.
Oh, Nate has been surfing great of late, been injury struck, gets it 2 turns, holds on really well as that wave tries to really bounce him off. But yeah, getting the finish. And there we go. Ooh, live action. That's Ayman Gugali. It's just with that heavy hitting shore break. We saw Nate Colby doing very well to hold on to that opening wave. And Gigs, we've spoken about it, especially that opening ride, that last heat in particular, we saw how slow it was. In the first 2 minutes of the heat, as we see with Nate Colby kicking off with a 4-point ride, that's going to prove to be a handy start.
Well, let's see how this heat unfolds. This man is surfing perhaps some of the best of his career right now. Slade Prestwich, the strong surfer from the region. He'll just know to navigate out of that last turn, but nice rails, good driving turns for Prestwich for his opener. And as you mentioned, Greg, a much quicker start to this heat number 6 compared to the previous heat number 5. We're only 3 minutes into it and scores coming our way. Nate Colby finds a 4-pointer to get his scorecard open. Moroccan Gugali, just a smaller throwaway score in the context of the heat. But fun to call these heats here this morning. Round of 64. We have a full day ahead of us as well. We'll go into the round of 32, and here is Gugali.
So this was the replay. Opens up with that first maneuver. Setting up, he wants a big closeout finish. Wow, and that one just unloaded on the bank, got super shallow. And then Slade, the blade, as you mentioned, been surfing so good this year. Rips through that first maneuver. I love that carve deep off the bottom, up into the lip for the vertical turn, and then a lovely wrap to finish up. It would have been nice for him just to get that extra turn at the end, but a couple of good combos out the back for Slade. He was with us in the Vic Bay Pro a couple of weeks ago. I love his sort of space he's in at the moment. He's super chilled, super helpful, super friendly, just enjoying his surfing. He's kind. He helps people in the water, and his surfing is displaying that as well. Just really relaxed and really big maneuvers as well.
There is a shift, and there is a click in maturity, if I want to say that, for Slade Prestwich, which is evident in 2026. Let's see if that gets him really steering in the right direction. Lovely carve to slide drift there, but it'll just go incomplete. Just sort of Slade Prestwich expressing himself in this 2026 year. But definitely, yes, Greg, there is something that's identifiable with Slade, and perhaps a shift in intention. Of course, the years are moving by for a surfer with so much talent. We think of his international win over in Fiji all that way back. Was it 2016 or somewhere around there? I might have to look that up exactly. But Slade's been around. He put his hand up for global recognition more than a decade ago. And you feel that, there's other South African surfers that have bypassed him as far as really reaching full potential. I still think there's a lot in the tank for Prestwich in his immediate future.
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at Gugali, of course, the Moroccan. So much happening on the African continent, and our surfer in white, Ayman, just not getting... We spoke about surfers getting stuck in that top section, Greg, and you spoke about it yourself, experiencing that. We've seen it in a few heats this morning, even surfers of the talent of Dane Henry, just getting stuck in the top section. So perhaps it's got something to do with the energy of the swell or the tide. Either way, we'll go down to the beach and let's hear from Hayden McNichol, because he's just had first-hand experience in the lineup.
Hayden, you are not only a heat winner, but you're also a dad. Like, how cool that you're sitting here with your child and got to win that heat in the last few minutes, basically. It looked like you were surfing the South Coast.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. Like, you know, having him here as well is a different vibe as what it's been beforehand. Now you're surfing for someone else. But yeah, I just want to go out there. He likes big turns, so that was kind of my forte. Took a while for the heat to get going, but yeah, I got a couple of fun ones, and yeah, Ballito's delivering.
Nice. Well, hopefully he doesn't get too critical, because I know you're probably missing really good waves on the coast. You've got another heat coming up. What's the plan also with the child now?
So luckily my wife's here and she'll look after him. But yeah, I'm sure he says the same thing. Just go out there, hopefully get busy sooner so you don't stress them out as much and everyone at home. But yeah, just go out, get waves and try to do big turns.
Nice. Well done, Hayden, and good luck for the next round. Back to you guys.
Well, the plan's very simple. Give the kid back to mom and get back into the lineup. 13 and a half minutes to go. Let's pull back the tapes there during interview. Some rides partaking. We'll stick with the live action here. This is Luke Tima, who's had a slow start opening ride for him as we hit the 13-minute mark. Of course, Luke Tima really inspiring us on his previous visits to Ballito, and lovely line as he drives out of the lip there. Clock's down to 12:45 and we finally have an opening ride for Luke, the talented Hawaiian surfer, and we expect more from him at the Challenger Series level. But other rides unfolding during that interview, Greg, was Slade Prestwich, whose scorecard is also open for another ride. So fun times here, and you heard that beach interview, just conditions beautiful all up and down the coast.
Yeah, there's going to this last exchange between Slade and Luke will have quite an impact on the heat. I like Luke Tima's wave because of the patience he had. He's identified that it's important to arrive at that closeout section on time and get connected with the lip. And here's the first one. This was Slade Prestwich. So a bit of a mid-size wave, lovely turn off the top, and he's eyeing the end section, speeds up, sets up off the bottom. Wow, wraps it beautifully, so much power. So a smaller wave gets the two turns, goes into his top two, and then this is Luke Tima. So a lot of patience on this wave. Comes around, carving, beautiful off the top. And I like how he didn't try and rush a mid-turn here. He really set up for that big closeout finish. And that's something we've sort of identified a few of the surfers sort of wrapping a bit too far on their second or third turn and a bit late at the closeout section.
Well, great exchange there to make comparisons and score almost a point and a bit separating them in favour of Luke Tima. Tima, the Hawaiian, a 4.9, Prestwich, the South African, a 3.67. So down to 11 minutes. Updated scores are with us for the 11-minute mark. And it'll now be the battle of the backup scores. Everybody with a respectable wave in their scorecard. Still single rides on the judges' cards for Nate Colby and Luke Tima. So this heat can kind of go anywhere at this stage, Greg. Hard to forecast a winner as we get to the halfway mark.
Yeah, so look, Ayman Gugali from our Moroccan surfer, he needs to find a number. He's on some low scores, so he's sitting pretty deep in fourth at the moment. But Nate Colby with a 4 point in his scoreline and priority is in not too much of a bad place. He's in the game, and the big thing is that the trump card that he's holding there, that priority for the next wave.
Best individual wave, a 4.9, belongs to the Hawaiian in green as we get to the 10-minute mark. Of course, plenty of waves on the way as well as the tide moves in. Local time here, just 10 past 10 in the morning. You'll see if priority gets used efficiently. It will. Greg, I'll quote you. Nate surfing great of late will come around this section. This one stretches, does get the board in the lip. Maybe a touch disappointed with that. It never really presented a full opportunity for him to get those rails fully engaged. Nonetheless, navigates the end section and brings a second counting ride to the scorecard. It's not going to blow the lid off it though.
Yeah, I think a bit unlucky there. You had to go on that wave, but something went really horribly wrong with that wave. There was crazy ribs going through it, maybe with the change of tide. And that does happen out here. You've got to look for the ones that draw off the reef and smoothen out that open face, but very difficult. There wasn't much Nate could do with that wave, sadly.
Well, you see these waves marching through the lineup here. For now, Nate Colby up into second as he works his way back across the bank. About 2 hours to go until the high tide mark. About 4 feet of tide swing on this neap tide week here for the qualifying series event, and of course the previously completed Pro Junior. And Luke Tima down in third, Greg, just a 0.77 required. So Colby will want to get back into it and get a lot better than his last ride of the 167.
Yeah, he's going to be under priority, so maybe he's got to do a bit of hunting away from the pack, see if he can build a bit of pressure.
Priority being used here. The Moroccan holds that one together. His previous lip line on his opening wave, he let go of that turn and kind of just disconnected. But this one, he brings the completion, single maneuver. We'll see how the judges interpret it. Had a reasonably high and tall wall to it. Wasn't the heaviest, chunkiest of sections, but nonetheless efficient enough to bring a backup score. Will it be for the Moroccan? And his scorecard now open, waiting for the judges on that. Meanwhile, somebody that just eats up right-handers is Slade Prestwich. He'll get a wrap of his own, driving now through the second turn and links to the third. So a combination to talk about. Kind of medium pace to all of that, Greg. Never really getting into full flight, but efficient and protecting the lead for now.
Yeah, actually the best maneuver on that wave was the opening turn from Slade. A really precise rail turn. We saw Ayman Gugali get his best wave. We're not sure what that score is yet. It's, you'll think it's somewhere between a 2 and a 3. That's pretty much where those single maneuvers have been going. But maybe it's enough to put his best score on the scoreline and really think about what he can do in the back quarter of this heat to attack the second place position. Nate Colby as well, sort of not capitalizing on his last wave. So, Luke Tima pretty much sitting in a solid place, needing that small 0.77. But interestingly enough, Nate Colby back with priority.
Yep. So it has turned over that quickly as far as priority rotations go. So new opportunity awaiting the South African who want to try and protect that second place position. And think of the best wave thus far of Luke Tima, and we are waiting for a score from Slade Prestwich. Think that best individual wave will be replaced by Slade shortly. What do we think of this?
Yeah, so wow, it's actually a heavy landing. I mean, his tail dropped through that turn, so it was a good turn. That first turn from Slade I really liked. Sets it up and has to rush into the sort of close-out foam climb. So I think it's a good backup for Slade. It's going to keep him in first place. And interested to see where Ayman's wave goes. It's going to put him somewhere in this heat. Maybe not up there with the others, but at least within a shot.
Oh, Luke Tima, the Hawaiian, in second prio. And we'll see how he navigates. He's still only on a single ride of a 4.9. Arstal Wenders here. Well, there it is. Prestwich's last ride, just a 4.03. So judges not buying. I did make mention that that sort of wave didn't get into full flight, full speed for Prestwich, who's having a little inquiry here. He's going to look now at every opportunity as we move towards the 5-minute walk. So door open for Luke Tima to attack and get into the progression top two. Prestwich, as you mentioned, Greg, just sort of defending that lead for now. He improved his previous score of the 367 by not a whole lot, a 4.03.
Yeah, I think Slade's a little bit worried here. He's in the lead, but he knows that Nate Colby with first priority has a 4 in his scoreline, needs just a 4.53 to go to first. He can bump him down to second quite quickly. And if it's a 2-wave set and we see Luke Tima get a good wave, then suddenly we'll see Slade down to third, and then Ayman won't need a huge score either. If he finds a really good wave and connects twice like he did on that last wave, that could go well into the 5s as well.
Well, a single maneuver for a 3.37 for our surfer in third place. Ayman Gugali, the Moroccan. also in the discussion here with a low requirement to advance, 2.31. So lots to get done here in the final 4 minutes. Prestwich over Colby, Colby over Gugali, and Luke Tima still with just a single wave. And let's see how this unfolds. Gugali's going to use a third prior, so inside track might not be a bad move. Huge extends and just disconnects from his board there, so that's an incomplete. He's still got 3.5 minutes if the board is in one piece. Looks like it is. So down to 3.5. More waves approaching Greg, and we get excited because priority is with Nate Colby, the young surfer from just down the coast in Tequeni, the Durban region. But for now, waves just sort of moving through. We'll see if Colby lines up something here. He will pull his nose up at that. You can see that Red Bull buoy out the back, just sort of continually rocking up and down, indicating that there is still some surfing action left for us in this heat. May end up being medium-sized sets, Greg. But as you mentioned, pretty much this heat can change shape in a heartbeat.
Yeah, you look at those waves and you think, like Nate Colby, he's got a 167. Like, why is he not going to improve that scoreline? But what he's doing is he's actually being quite tactically good. The more this clock ticks down and he's sitting with priority, the longer he can hold Tima off the waves. Yeah, watching this replay from Ayman, hits it, he had a very hard landing. That looked pretty sore to me. I did check if he was all right. He seems fine, but that was a heavy landing. But yeah, that obviously not affecting the scoreline for Gugali.
Well, a little over 2 minutes now. It is starting to whiz by. It's like those egg timers. You turn them upside down. The sand looks like there's a lot of sand, and then suddenly that last, as you fry your eggs, Greg, you know, that last little bit just quickly runs out the timer.
Yeah, the important talking point here is the South African Nate Colby. How stealthy is he with his strategies? Is he going to stick on Tima and block him and be competitively good? Well, right now he's not. He's giving him the opportunity.
Well, Tima will just use a second priority over a third and keep Prestwich off this. He'll also find a section to work with. Lovely over that board, just increasing and accelerating and extending him over that turn as we go under 90 seconds to go. Does Colby find something? The Moroccan's going to look to a left-hander. We haven't seen a lot of big numbers come out of the lefts, particularly not on a morning like today. Chunky section. Gugali will go incomplete, and here comes the priority play now from Nate Colby. Ditching the 167. Nice slicing turn off the rail. Second one. Lot of power on the back foot for him. The tall frame of Nate Colby to the inside. And he'll bring a completion, so that easily will replace the 167. But it's a duke out between Timo and Colby now for the number. And then we'll compare that all against heat leader Slade Prestwich, who's only on a heat total of 8.53 himself, Greg.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. How's the last minute of that heat? I was thinking to myself, Nate, are you sure you shouldn't have gone on that one? But Nate was like, no. I know there's something better coming. And Nate surfed that wave really well. You know that talking point of that carve not going too high on that opening maneuver? He did that perfect.
And let's not forget the pressure of the next 15 seconds. You would think that Slade Prestwich would get a bit of urgency on maybe trying to replace a score of his own, because although he has the lead, this could be a case of the whole heat turning upside down. We hear the horn blowing in the background, which signals the end of the 20-minute encounter. It's been a pretty intense one as well, Greg, as we wrap up a round of 64 heat number 6 this morning. Judges' scorecard contemplating scores for Colby, Gugali and Timu.
So Tima on this replay actually gets the one. It's a big turn, but you can say it's only one maneuver on that wave. The first turn was a setup, so we're looking at one turn. Watch this first wrap off the top. Wow, that's a good turn. I mean, that is so critical, and backs it up with a tight cutback. And I really like this wave from Nate Colby, and gets a finish. To me, I feel like that's the best wave of the heat. And this is the replay from Gugali, finding a rear left, unfortunately incomplete on that finish. So Yeah, judges will look at these numbers.
All right, they are looking at numbers, and they're bringing us numbers. 4.33 for Luke Tima goes from third up to first. Prestwich drops to second. And does that change because the judge is still contemplating, Greg, what you think may be the best score of the heat? Colby's requirements as he drops down to third, care of Timu and Prestwich, is a 4.53, and we wait for that number to come from the panel. The judges will know that this is a critical number they're about to enter.
Well, I mean, that first turn for me, I'm sold all day. That turn was exceptionally good. He backed it up and he got the finish. For a 4.5, surely it's got to be there.
Well, judges are on the replays. They are warming themselves up here. Opinions on the bench here for all the Colby fans. But for now, we are on hold. That next heat, just having to be patient. Panel doing the review here. Prestwich has led this encounter pretty much from the start. A 4.5 he opened up with about 18, 19 minutes ago. He was quite quick out the blocks. Colby was also quick out the blocks with the 4. But now to bookend this very exciting heat number 6, we still wait for a result from the panel. And we'll stay with this moment because prior to this, a 1.67 in the scoreline for Colby. Timu, who only caught 2 waves in that heat, Greg, has flip-flopped all the way from 4th, then to 3rd, then all the way up to 1st. So I think Prestwich is the surfer under pressure right now.
Yeah, well, definitely. Slade knew that he needed more in that scoreline. You saw him hunting up and down. He knew there was danger.
If he doesn't get the requirement, what would the downsides to Nate Colby's last ride be? Because we that first turn was slicing and dynamic. If anything, that wave was a little sort of soft and floppy at the end.
Yeah, but anyway, I did think it would be the score, but I loved that first turn alone was more than enough points.
We'll wait for an official result. No, we'll give it to you. It's not enough, Greg. It's a 4.27, and the requirements was a mid-range 4. So Tima and Prestwich will go to the round of 32. Stay with us. We'll be back for more after the break.
It's number 7, and we are moving straight into the next one. The heat has officially gotten underway. I'm sitting here in the booth with Mike Frew, and we are excited to take you through this awesome heat on paper. We've got Logan Tilsley representing in the red, and Rylan Jarvis joining him as a fellow South African in the blue. Of course, Shion Crawford out of Hawaii in the whites, and another Hawaiian, that's Finn McGill in the green. Up and going, it's Surfer in the red, and looking like he's getting off to a decent start here. Mike smashing another one off the top.
Yo, more than a decent start. Those 3 turns cracked off the top. That's a dream start there for Logan Tilsley, Surfer in red. Beautiful looking wave. Ran down the bank, didn't close out. It really provided such a beautiful canvas for him to showcase those backhand turns, and I think he'll be off to a good start in terms of scores here in this heat 7 of the round of 64. What a lovely way to start the heat. So glassy out there at the moment, Johan.
Oh, these conditions are ideal as we see Surfer in the green. Finn McGill up and riding. McGill with an opening carve. He's going to catch a little tube right on the inside, and he's looking for the little section to try and get out the doggy door there, but he's not going to find it, Mike. So Finn McGill opening up with a number, and I think that was the first barrel that I've seen this morning, proper barrel coming through. Unfortunately, can't find the exit. Watching white.
So this is Shion Crawford from Hawaii pumping down the line. He's driving.
Go.
doesn't come out either. So suddenly it seems like there's some barrel sections out there. If I look at the tide, we're on mid-tide. Behind him, that is Rylan Jarvis. Look at the size of that wave young Rylan has got to contend with. One big swooping turn to start his account here in heat number 7. Goodness, if we've had some slow heats before in terms of waves coming through, this is not one of them, Johan. It's fantastic conditions here at Surfers in Ballito. Mid-tide, the high tide is at 11:59, so we're pretty much on the mid-tide. And as the swell continues to build here, and there's a little bit more water on the bank, it definitely looks like the waves have got better and better shape as the tide comes in.
Yeah, it's starting to pump. I mean, that last one from White, Shion Crawford, long barrel. But here we go. This is the opening ride here for Surfer in the red. It's Logan Tilsley. That was a money turn, and then he backed it up down the line one more time. And he found a good finish there. So that's the exact start that he was looking for. This was the wave from Finn McGill. And he got an opening carve and a little closeout tube on the inside. Actually surprised. I thought he was going to pull out the bottom of that wave. And then, of course, here we go. Shion Crawford, that long barrel, Mike.
Wow, so you can see he's still going. And then that little section there just clamped him. Would have been a beautiful view. And if he'd managed to sneak out of that, that would have really gone potentially into the excellent range, because we haven't had any big barrels like that today. So let the judges digest that. Scores will start dropping in, but a electric start to this heat.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the beautiful scenes here in the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. This is the round of 64, heat number 7, if you guys have just joined us. The Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. So this is, of course, a QS event, which will run into that Challenger Series next week. So it's an awesome and festival-like series of events. We ran through the Pro Juniors, the Rookie Rippers early in the week and last week. And these scores are coming in. And the opening score for Green Finn McGill was a 2.33. I do think Surfer in the red, Logan Tilsley, is going to be in for a decent start. And then, of course, Shion Crawford didn't make it out of that barrel, but if he made it out, that would have been an exciting start for Surfer in the white as well. Score to come in for blue, Rylan Jarvis, and here he goes once again, Mike.
Wow. So a solid overhead there for Rylan. Not able to get any turns in on that wave, but we'll see him straight back out there. Really, really dreamy conditions. We could see this on the forecast the whole week, that there'd be a little bit more swell today. And already, Johan, if you compare it to the heats we were calling about an hour or so ago, the sort of wave height has improved. It's glassed off out there. And with a little bit more water on the bank, the waves are definitely lining up a little cleaner here at Willard Beach in Ballito.
It's setting up to be a great day. Day 2 of competition. Men's round of 64, heat number 7. Scores are coming in. The opening score for blue, Jarvis, was a 2.23. The opening score for white, Crawford, a 1.6. And of course, the money score for red was a 6.50. So that's a keeper score for Logan Tilsley, the young surfer from the Strand in the Western Cape. So representing South Africa. And there he is to the right of your screens, chatting to Shion Crawford, potentially in the water. And great start for Logan Tilsley. So, I mean, Logan Tilsley, he's been around for a few years, Mike. He's got a couple big wins over the junior circuit over the last couple of years, and he's got a really deadly backhand. So he's going to be using that to try and find his way through to the next round. And he's already gotten off to a pretty decent start here with 13 minutes remaining.
So Logan carrying some good form in this event. The Ballito Pro, this big festival, the 2-week festival of surfing that we have here in Ballito, is made up of a couple of events. The big jewel in the crown is the Challenger Series event. This is the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill, that we're busy with at the moment, the QS 2000 event. Prior to this was a JQS event, and then before that we had the Rookie Rippers. And in the Rookie Rippers, Logan Tilsley actually made the final of his age group. So he has already carried some great form into this event and would have surfed a number of heats prior to this one today.
Yeah, just showcasing what he's got. I mean, he's a young surfer. I think he's 17 this year, Logan Tilsley. So he's definitely carrying momentum into hopefully a long career for him in pro surfing. And what a great opportunity for these young local South Africans. So that's why we call it the Ballito Open. So the Pro is coming up next, and we've got all of our world's best Challenger Series surfers that are going to battle it out. And then, of course, the Open is an opportunity for a whole lot of local young surfers to get a chance to compete alongside these world best Challenger Series surfers. I mean, Shion Crawford, Finn McGill, Hawaiian surfers that have been around for a few years and gotten some great results internationally, and they'll be competing at that Challenger Series. So chatting a little bit more about the Hawaiian contingent, Shion Crawford, he's from Haleiwa in Hawaii, and he got a 5th place at last year's Bledo Pro, so that was a pretty decent result for him. He's going to look for another similar sort of results, if not a better result, at the 2026 Bledo Pro, and he's just getting some good reps in here. He got a final appearance at Pipeline at the Florence Pipe Pro, which is a QS 2000 this year, and last year he ended up getting a 49th at this very event, so he's going to look to improve, and if he makes it through this heat, he's looking good to do so. Finn McGill, he's from the North Shore of Oahu, and he ended up getting a 2nd at the Local Motion contest in Hawaii, and he scored a perfect 10 in, I think it was one of those rounds, the earlier rounds, and he ended up coming 2nd to Jackson Bunch, who we'll see a little bit later on. So he ended up taking 2nd on the Hawaii Tahiti regional rankings, and of course we'll see him through to that Challenger Series. So an awesome Hawaiian contingent here coming up against the local lads in the red and blue from South Africa.
We've got a paddle up and riding. It's young Rylan Jarvis. This time he finds a wave with a little bit more opportunity to do some turns, and that turn he did there, went up at that section late, reminded me a little bit of Daniel Emsley's first wave we saw a few heats ago, just going up super late at that section. And when it breaks out in Ballito, where Rylan is now, it's pretty shallow on that bank, and you have the swell, the energy just unloading there. So timing a little off on that second turn, but Rylan's first turn here was where most of the points are going to come from on the wave, goes really nice and high, and just times it a little bit off on that last turn, but he finally gets going there, does Rylan.
Yeah, props to the surfer from Cape St. Francis in the Eastern Cape. Yeah, he went for that section, he committed to it, Mike. It was really coming down on him, so I don't think there was much of a chance for him to really make that. It was sort of like a free fall into the sandbank. But yeah, well done. I think most surfers, I would have probably not even gone for that section. Most surfers wouldn't have. And he committed to it. Unfortunately, goes down. But just showing us that he's got what it takes, and he'll try and reset and look for another wave like that and try and make the section with 9 minutes to go. So Mike, off to an early start here is Logan Tilsley with that single 6.5. Rylan Jarvis in 2nd. And a little bit of a slower start for the Hawaiians in the green and in the whites. But I think that they're going to come back pretty strong with 9 minutes remaining.
I was chatting to Rylan Jarvis before the heat, and I asked him, he was having a look at the swell, and there was a big set that came through, and I asked him what he was going to ride out there. And Rylan is actually on a step up during the heat, so not a big step up, but he's riding a 5.7 lost driver that he considers a bit of a step up. He sort of felt like on the bigger sets that he had his eye on that he was going to maybe just need a little bit of extra foam to get into the wave and drive off the bottom and the top there. So he selected a step up in the heat. And then by contrast, you won't believe this, Shion Crawford, who we saw in that big barrel just now that he almost exited, he's not even riding his own board. He's actually borrowed Cade Matson's board for this heat. So Shion Crawford is on a 6.2 Mayhem, and he borrowed that board from Cade Matson for this heat.
Oh, that's really interesting. I mean, Cade Matson won his heats earlier today, so maybe not such a bad choice to hop onto the equipment of a previous winner earlier in the day. I think it was the first heat of the day. And here we go, live action, Mike. Finn McGill.
Yeah, so Finn, beautiful top turn. Gets a bit of air under the board on the way down. very vertical for that first one. A little bit of flair on the closeout turn. The judges like to see you finish and complete the wave here in Ballito, which Finn McGill does. As he finishes off there, let's have a look at what he's riding. He had a 5.11 and a 6.0 Pizel. That Finn McGill. Oh, beautiful sweeping turn there for Shion Crawford. He's surfing white, the other Hawaiian. So that board under his feet, the 6.2 Mayhem that he's borrowed from his good friend Cade Matson. But yeah, just going back to Finn McGill, I asked him what he was riding, and he's riding Pizels, and he took 2 boards down that he put on the beach 5 minutes or so before the heat when he was still checking in. He still wasn't sure which one he was going to ride. So he's got a 5.11 and a 6.0. We'll see after the heat which one he settled on eventually to ride out there. But just looking at the rest of the guys, Logan Tilsley's riding a 5.11 Stubbs. And the shortest board out there is Ryland Jarvis on a 5.7.
Up and going. This is surfer in the red. Tilsley going to Hammertown on that turn. And it's just going to be a single one, Mike, but I really like the way that he just drove up into that lip. He looked like he was in complete control riding out of that.
So a fast start to the heat. Johan, we had so many waves in those first 5 minutes. I think we had about 4 or 5 waves in the first 3 minutes, those 2 big barrels. It was such a dramatic start to the heat. This is Finn McGill's last wave. This thing presented such a great first opportunity. Very critical first maneuver. Went a little bit foamy, so he bides his times to make sure that he can finish this end section, and he does so nice and cleanly. Behind him, Shion Crawford, the second Hawaiian competitor in this heat, also had a lovely open face, a lot of clean water ahead of him, swooping turns, and kicks out of there. Also finishing off the wave nice and clean, start to finish. So another angle of the same wave of Shion Crawford. Some beautiful surfing on show out there today, Johan.
Yeah, 5 minutes remaining, and it's been a pretty interesting heat to watch. As you mentioned, it was a nice busy start. Here is the last replay, and we might see it again just now. That was Logan Tilsley. Here we go. And he had a nice sort of takeoff there, eyed the section, and that was a man turn for surfer in the red. Of course, still a teenager is Tilsley from the Strand in the Western Cape of South Africa, and it comes through to 4.0 for a single maneuver. So he is in a great position up against 2 experienced Hawaiian surfers, Logan Tilsley, 6.5 and a 4-point ride. So he's looking pretty on top with Finn McGill now in second position. He dropped to 5.33, Mike, and he's looking for a 5.18 to move into first. It is Shion Crawford down in third position, looking for a 4.9 to move up into second and advance. And of course, Ryland Jarvis, the young surfer from Cape St. Francis, looking for a 5.43 to move up to second and advance. Priority is with surfer in the blue, and he's looking for a score second priority with white. So I think it's going to be a tight finish with just under 4 to go, Mike.
Very close heat. Logan Tilsley's total score is a 10.5. Ryland Jarvis a 4.06. So this really is still anyone's game. The score requirements for all the surfers in second, third, and fourth, all sort of in the mid-range. A 5.18 required by Finn to take the lead. Shion Crawford needs a 4.9, so mid-range score to take second. And then Ryland Jarvis just looking for a 5.43. An exciting 3 minutes still to go here. You see Finn McGill just asking the beach announcer for the time there. He knows that he's in second. He has third priority.
Yeah,
so interesting with these 3 minutes to go. Ryland Jarvis has priority. Shion Crawford is second priority. So our surfers in third and fourth in the sort of controlling positions in at this stage in the heat to take off on sets. With 2.5 minutes to go, I'm sure we will see quite a lot more waves. It's quite consistent out here today.
Here we go. Logan Tilsley up and riding once again. Floats the section. He was looking for a big sort of steeper section to bash, and he's not going to get it. But just building upon his momentum and looking to improve upon a low number of a 4-point ride. But yeah, as you were mentioning, Mike, surfers in the blue and white with priority. This is an important one here. Rylan Jarvis up and riding. Young surfer needs a big section. Hits it off the top. Oh, and he just gets gobbled up there by the foam. So that's not going to be it for blue. Jarvis, priority now shifts on to the danger man, Shion Crawford.
So Shion with priority, second priority with Finn McGill. I like that right of Logan Tilsley a couple of waves ago. Logan surfing with a lot of maturity up against a really stacked heat here. He's controlling the heat nicely. He had that very early wave in the heat. I think he had the first wave of the heat. And he's pretty much controlled it since then. Johan, he got a 6.5 on that opener. And he surfed nice and consistently. And a very well-measured surfed heat. So a nice big section on the inside. Look how this thing unloads on the sandbank. And Logan just tags the lip. The first turn is where the meat of the score is going to come from in that wave.
Yeah, here's the replay. Tilsley had a nice opening carve. When I saw that carve, I was like, oh, it's going to set up nicely through the inside for him. But it didn't really give him that big section. It sort of hit that sort of section along the sandbar that has the deeper water. And it didn't really throw towards him, so he just got a float to finish, and this was the last wave for Rylan Jarvis. So this is the one where he went down. Unfortunately, not going to get the score on that one. So it comes in at a 1.2. So just under a minute to go. Here we go. Tilsley up and going, Mike.
So it's Logan Tilsley capitalizing on the positioning on the inside section there. He's leading the heat, surfing with a lot of confidence. And now with 40 seconds remaining, look at the priority. It's with Shion Crawford, the Hawaiian. Second priority is with our other Hawaiian, Finn McGill. Is Shion Crawford going to find something to try and attack that second place and snatch second from Finn McGill?
Yeah, well, 20 seconds remaining. I do think only one of these Hawaiian surfers are going to get an opportunity to advance. I'm not sure if both are going to get an opportunity to catch waves here. A surfer in the green sitting in second. McGill, Crawford looking for a 4.90. So it's looking pretty good for Logan Tilsley as this one runs out. And there he is in picture. It's going to be the South African, Logan Tilsley, advancing. This is a replay of the last one. A little carve off the top and ended up finding the finish. Ended up taking it in. And as you were saying, Mike, confident surfing from Tilsley. So we're going to move straight into the next heat. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the show. You will not find a more star-studded QS 2000 anywhere on the calendar this year as we get stuck into another exciting heat this morning. Round of 64 will go through to the round of 32. A full day of surfing here as we intro 3 South Africans from the Rainbow Nation. Aiden Masonkamp needs no introduction. David Emsley out in the lineup as well. And of course, Maluklu Zochana will make up the 3 South Africans. Gabriel Klausner, who's been surfing to some form of his own, will represent the Brazilian flag as we greet you just after 10 a.m. local time here in beautiful Ballito. Kixelia's jumping in alongside Mike Frew for the call. And overhead surf as the tide pushes in. Mark, I heard you saying just around 2 hours, just under 2 hours now until the high, but certainly plenty of surf on offer and really great stuff going on in the lineup.
It certainly has been a showcase morning for the event. In terms of highlights, reels and pictures and advertising for tourism, it doesn't get better than this in the middle of the winter of the Quadakuza region. And what a lovely day. And gigs, the swell that we've been watching all week and the conditions that we anticipated really played out nicely, and we woke up to reeling right-handers this morning. This is what surfers in Ballito is renowned for, and we're taking full advantage.
Yeah, we're loving it here. Surf fans just crowding the beaches this morning already. A big 2-week festival unfolding with the Rookie Rippers blending into the JQS O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. Now the qualifying series in the Ballito Open. And so much to talk about here as we get an opening ride from Daniel Emsley, who'll come from deep and steep, and he'll make his way out onto what is a frothy face, but he'll hold that together, and Dad Greg Emsley will be proud of that one. He'll be on the beach jumping up and down. So a good start, although very far back. You could criticize almost nearly too far back. Daniel Emsley has established the opening score of the heat, and it's going to be a fun heat to call, Greg, because there is talent in the lineup. Care of Klausner, Masonkamp and Zochana. So this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, this is a stacked one. You've got Aiden Masonkamp, a previous winner of this event. If I'm not mistaken, was back in 2021. He took the final, beating Geordie Smith in that final. Also in the seats, having a look at the pedigree of the other surfers. We've got surfer in blue. That's Melokushle Zochana. As we see the replay of David. As you said, he was very, very far behind that section, Gigs. But he made the most of the opportunity after that. It was very frothy. And yesterday, David was coming unstuck on some of those sections, but he sticks it, and that'll give him some confidence into the rest of the heats. I think his strategy there was just take the inside, hold that inside, and make sure you get it no matter what happens. Typical East London type of strategy. And
typical Greg Emsley.
So David did well there, but in previous heats leading up to this, in the junior events, we had the Rookie Rippers, we had the Pro Junior. David has come a little bit unstuck on those final turns, so he's refined his approach to that end section, and I'm glad to see him stick it there, and I think Greg will be happy with that as well.
Yeah, so a 3-pointer in for an opening ride of white, Daniel Emsley. And overheard Dad Greg chatting to son Dave, and he said take out your slightly bigger, slightly heavier laminated board, catch the bigger waves, surf it like you would those big open stretched right-handers at home. And certainly that is what we saw in that previous heat. Let's go down and hear from last year's champ at the Challenger Series, getting a heat win here in the warm-ups towards the Challenger Series. Luke Thompson is down on the beach.
Luke, all of us South Africans are so proud of you. You have made us incredibly proud this year, our CT surfer, and now you're back in Ballito, back at home.
Yeah, feels good to be back. Been on the road for the past 6 months. Last time I was home was like the 7th of Jan. And yeah, I mean, I got such good memories from this place in Ballito. It's always been a home for me. And yeah, I love competing here and love coming back here. It just feels comfortable. And yeah, I'm so stoked to be back.
Nice. Well, everyone's super stoked to have you back. I know you got another heat coming up. I know that most of your family and friends are all here, but I know that a lot of them are tuning in from Cape Town and all across the country. Do you want to give them a little shout out? And all your faithful followers all year.
Yeah, definitely. I've felt a lot of support from all the South Africans this year. It's been pretty amazing. Yeah, I really felt the whole country behind me, and everyone that tunes in, watches, wakes up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., gets pretty sleep deprived. Yeah, I really appreciate all the support from them, and it just means the world. You know, I can really feel it behind me, and yeah, just thanks to all of them. Thanks to all the diehard fans and diehard supporters. They, yeah, definitely feel it.
Nice, I'm stoked. Well, Luke, we're super proud of you. Like I said, good luck for the next round, and so good to have you back. Cool. Back to you guys.
Well, Luke Thompson feeling good here in the QS 2000 level of competition. Many of the big names just getting the heat drills done here, getting time in the lineup. And what a lineup it is here this morning, Mark Frues. Still that light offshore, if not just a touch of southerly sea breeze to it, but certainly one of the better QS 2000s you're going to see on the calendar for this year.
Absolutely, Gigs. It's the only event in the world leading up to a Challenger Series that has a Junior Qualifying Series event, a QS Qualifying Series event, leading into the Challenger Series event. And as a result, like you said, it's one of the few QS events in the world where you see so many CT surfers. They're using it to test boards, test equipment, get their bearings in the lineup for those Challenger Series heats next week.
And what about the warm-up surfs next door as we get a look down towards the south end of the coves here? It's been really great surf sessions on offer, great warm-ups. Of course, not only in the contest arena itself pre-dawn every morning, but plenty of waves both to our left and to our right as we get Aidan Masenkamp underway for his opening ride. Getting his campaigns, he'll be heavily inspired by the success of Luke Thompson. A lot of sparring between Masenkamp and Thompson through the last few seasons on all the levels of competition, Mike. And you feel, does Masenkamp get a breakthrough year at some stage? I feel that there's been moments where he's been really unlucky. He's come just short of qualification. He always performs well, though, in Ballito, other locations like Portugal at the Challenger Series. But he'll be feeling right at home along with Luke Thompson in the lineup here.
Yeah, so a little bit of a soft turn to start this wave. The nice thing about this wave is it did open up down the line. It allowed a scoring opportunity. It gave him the chance to feel the board out, do a couple of turns, and also, you know, it's his first heat, so just wipe off the dust that's been settling for him from Ballito last year.
I see a maturing of both Masenkamp and Thompson. We'll discuss more of that as we get some very spicy whipping turns underway from Gabriel Klausner. We spoke of the talent in the lineup. The young Brazilian has been steaming his way through his regional South American qualifying series rankings and certainly setting the pace for the heat now with that, Greg. That was by far and away the best wave we've seen of this heat.
Yeah, you saw some solid international experience and maneuvers coming through on that one. He looked solid, fast, sparky, flow throughout those maneuvers, and almost looked like a level above some of the performances that we've seen this morning. So Gabriel Klausner, our Brazilian competitor, getting his feet in the wax and a score on the board there, Gigs, for this first wave of his in Heat 9.
Well, 11 minutes to go. We're moving towards that halfway mark. Masenkamp establishing his opener at a relatively smaller four. We're expecting the best number to come via Gabriel Klausner. Judges' scorecards, Mike, at the moment are open. The other thing that's open is the lineup, because it is really just Emsley in the lineup at the moment. He'll use that prior and he'll try and hold on to that. He's in there somewhere. He won't re-emerge from a very exploding section, but he's listening to what his coaching tips were, and they were very clear. Just get big critical turns in, because the judges this morning, again, in their discussions, have used words like critical, used words like flow and precision, and that's what we want to see from that's what the panel wants to see, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. The big critical turns in that last heat, we had Thiago Carrera. He had one maneuver on one of the waves towards the end of the heat. The other turns were really soft, but because of that one maneuver, the judges gave him the highest single wave score of the heat. So they're looking for those critical turns that are going to push the scores up towards those sort of 7, 8, 9 ranges.
Yeah, Thiago Claric, that last heat was just really one really stinging turn. Is Masenkamp in position? That one will just fold over. He is back in priority. He'll want to back up that 4-pointer. Meanwhile, Klausner, with still the opening score due from the panel, will get a second turn. And again, just showing us exactly what the panel want to see. Mark, you were talking about the details of the critical turn of Thiago Claric in that last one. Klausner will bring us his own version now as we slip down to 9 minutes to go. So judges backlog for 2 scores now for the Brazilian.
I feel like Gabriel Klausner is surfing a very well-paced heat here. He's got a solid score on that he waited patiently for. He didn't wait too long, so he banked one in the first 10 minutes. Now, within sort of 90 seconds of that first one, he's banked another one. So now he really is in the pound seats in terms of his positioning in the heat. He has 2 solid scores, and he has an opportunity now to get up into the lead, and then in his mind, the strategy will be entirely around how do I protect that lead for the rest of the heat. This is the first wave of Gabriel Klausner. Oh, beautiful first turn, straight into a second one, getting the job done with 3 maneuvers. And Giggs, I almost feel like he's only in third gear on those turns.
And that's how you set a 7.5. Let's have a look at Melo Zochana.
This will be an intimidating heat for this youngster. So Melekutli Zochana finds himself here. He's really risen to prominence over the last couple of months. He is part of the South African team that's going to El Salvador for ISA World Games later in the year. And then we saw that big, massive hack from David Emsley, and then led into the second wave here for Gabriel Klausner. So Gabriel again there, lovely hack, gets a bit of a layback. But again, I can't help but feel that he has more in the tank on those turns and the waves. So almost surfing like at 80% on those to get the score. And then maybe in the waves still to come, we're going to see him open up a little bit more. Because now he's got that initial job done. He finds himself in the lead in the heat. Now he's going to flare it out in the second half.
Let's see how it plays out. A little over 7 minutes to go into the early lead. Klausner, care of that strong 7.5, sets himself way above the rest of the pack. Conditions on hand, absolutely buttery now. Light southerly winds. You can see just sort of like little textures in the lineup way beyond the lineup itself. You see the sets approaching. It's just everything looking in place here in 2026. The sandbars, Mike, are really looking good, and you can see it setting up these long rollers down the beach here. This is Klausner on the way out. Will find another opportunity. He'll just go behind the lip, and why not? Saw a great tube ride a couple heats back. I made a joke. Shion Crawford, I made a joke. I'm not sure what it got, but I was standing with Greg Swart, who knows this event intimately at all sorts of levels, and Greg said to me, well, that's the best 1 point ride you'll see at the at Ballito in 2026, where he just stretched right across the whole beach. So there are barrels on the sandbank here, Mike, and certainly with the tide bottoming out again this afternoon, that could be a factor, and all that will even segue into discussion for tomorrow.
Yeah, I've been on the call for probably 5 or 6 heats so far this morning, Gigs. I've seen a lot of guys pull in, but I'm yet to see anybody come out of a barrel. I'm not sure about the heats that you've been on the call with. That one of Gabriel Klausner on the inside, I thought that he might sneak out of that one, but again, it just clamped and didn't allow the exit. So we're yet to see somebody exit a barrel here this morning. And I think, if somebody gets one on one of these mid to bigger size waves and disappears completely and comes out, the judges will have to consider it, very seriously, because there's not much has been made in terms of barrels this morning. I thought there would be more when I first saw the conditions this morning.
Well, it's part of the criteria that has not been discussed much yet, the tube ride. But for now, it's turns and turns and turns from Klausner that has him out in the lead. Even that single turn, Mike, of 4.07 is better than Mason Camp's opener. So we take a lot from the first 2 waves from Gabriel Klausner. Of course, Mason Camp with the priority and still looking for a second counting ride in the lineup. It's the same for Zochana, who's down in 4th. And, of course, David Emsley still with a decimal score to throw away of his own. So perhaps the heat can reshape a few more times before we get to the end of it. We've slipped under the 5-minute mark.
These heats go so fast, 20 minutes in duration, Gigs. It's kind of broken down into 4 quarters, and we're down to the last quarter of the heats. As we see Aiden Mason Camp, he had a really good start. I felt like he really got going. His heat was on plan, but the last 10 minutes, nothing much has happened, and I think He's had to readjust his strategy because he took off on a slightly smaller wave there, and he's looking for something now to try and consolidate that second place. He doesn't want to lose it in the last 5 minutes to David Emsley or Melekuhle Zochana.
Well, we'll see where that score lands. We've just seen the second ride of Mason Camp to add to that opener of a 4. Feel that he'll go above the 4 perhaps with that second ride, so he'll stretch himself a little bit over Emsley and Zochana, Mike, as that score will approach. Down to 345. Judges having a ponder on it. They like it. They like the combination. So much so, they've thrown a 633 at it, and that's going to set now a fair set of numbers for Emsley to chase along with Zochana. They've both got to go to the 733s or above now. So Klausner and Mason Camp separating themselves.
So Gabriel Klausner, that opening wave, the 7.5, was 3 solid turns. He didn't flare it out. It was just solid rail-to-rail surfing. Aiden doing the same on his. So the judges would have compared those 3 turns of Aiden's to what they saw earlier in the heat to Gabriel's, and Aiden comes in just marginally under that, a 6.33. Gabriel's wave was a little bit bigger and stretched out, and I think Gabriel actually finished his wave a little bit better than Aiden. Quite similar waves, but those are the top 2 scoring waves of the heat.
Well, let's hope the boys pull back the tapes there for wave number 2 of red. And Aiden Mason Camp, as you mentioned, was such an exciting final in that off-season year where we staged the Ballito Pro in summer of 2021 due to the pandemic and its implications. And it was a great final with Geordie Smith, and all credit to Aiden Mason Camp, who really has grown since that moment.
Yeah, they rocketed him up the ratings. He got onto the Challenger Series, and he's had a lot of international experience on the Challenger Series around the world since that event. Hasn't quite managed to get onto that next step and be a real threat just yet in terms of CT qualification, but that is 100% the goal.
Absolutely. It's a goal that's been inspired by Luke Thompson's win last year. Of course, it's been a while since there's been more than 1 or 2 individuals on the championship tour. Of course, this year, Geordie Smith and Luke Thompson at the highest level of the sport on the men's side. You see sets approaching here. Mason Camp has a little inquiry as we get under the 2-minute mark here. Priority is with Melo Zochana. Is he going to find another wave in the lineup, Mike? 2.27. He'll want more out of it, and he still is looking for his second counting ride.
So Melo, a youngster, I think he is only about 16 years old, 16 or 17 years old, still young Melo. But a rising star in South African surfing. As I said, he's part of the team that will be going to El Salvador later this year, and mature beyond his years. But I can't help but feel he's feeling the pressure now. Priority, you know, he's got to really use that very carefully in the next minute and a little bit.
Well, he's running out of time because we're almost at the 1-minute mark. Questionable wave selection from David Emsley there. We'll have Dad Greg doing a little pirouette on the sand right now and staring down at those big size 11 feet because we're inside the last minute here, Mike. Klausner's done a great job. No matter what, he is on his way to the next round. And as we mentioned, big requirements now for Emsley and Zochana respectively to challenge Mason Camp at that second place position. And pretty much, you know, you could almost have speculated an outcome of this heat at the beginning. I don't mean to sound that blunt with it because there are magic moments from everybody in the lineup and everyone looking for those breakthroughs and opportunities. But the experience of this man on screen, Aiden Mason Camp, he'll want to perhaps steal the heat win here. And to do that, he'll look for a 5.25 inside runner, medium-sized wave, combination of turns. And he'll surf this heat efficiently start to finish. And just a lot of spark and twist in that last turn. Meanwhile, heat leader Klausner in the exchange as the horn blows behind us. And that'll bring the heat to an end. And certainly some fun surfing being offered by both Klausner and Mason Camp.
I think experience trumped in the end there. And when Aiden Mason Camp took off on that last wave, rather than feel nervous, I think he was just excited to have scooped something like that in the end there gigs, be able to showcase his surfing, get a feel for the break, and exit the water with a solid result so far. an important another step towards next week's Challenger Series event.
Of course, this QS 2000, a lot of the Challenger Series surfers are here and have partaken and are getting heat reps in the lineup here in Ballito. Judges' scorecard open for that exchange. We want to kind of stick with it because that was some great surfing from Aiden Mason-Camp. We hung the question mark, did he steal the heat win in the end? Klausner answered and went left. Let's have a look at it and break it down.
So he comes hard off the bottom. Like I said, I think he would have been excited more than nervous to have had this one at the end because he really can open it up for himself, and he makes good use of the sections presented to him and even puts a big exclamation mark at the end of that wave to signal his intentions for the Bledo Pro event gigs.
Yep, good surfing start to finish on that wave, waiting for that number to come from Aiden Mason-Camp's final ride. And as I said, it's been a fun heat between Klausner and Mason-Camp. And as you mentioned there, Mike, all of this a bit of a warm-up for both of them in the respect of the Challenger Series up and coming. Of course, a number of CT surfers here, Championship Tour surfers as well, are making that. Greg and I spoke about it quite a lot through yesterday of the opening Challenger Series of the year. On the calendar, it's going to have a big attendance and a lot of interest on Ballito this year.
Incredible to see the names on the surface deck in that area this morning. I mean, guys that have surfed CT events this year, it's rare to see them at this level of a QS event, and well done to O'Neill and the Ballito Pro for putting on these type of events leading up to the Challenger to allow those guys and ladies to showcase their type of surfing, and it's just so entertaining for us as surf fans.
Absolutely, and surf fans still invested in that last heat. We are in dead time. Next heat is teeing up, but not ready to go just yet because judges are doing a long, hard look into that exchange between Gabriel Klausner and Aiden Mason-Camp. Definitely a high energy exchange as well. Both of them really setting the pace, but Mason-Camp will just flick it all in his favor here with a 7.23 mark on the scorecard. Now let's see where Gabriel Klausner's score lands as we start to wrap up and make an official result.
It's quite significant if Aiden's able to hang on to that, because it obviously improves his positioning and seeding into the next round, which we'll be seeing this afternoon. The men's round, next round will follow this one at the after the lunchtime sort of high tide. And we're waiting for that last score to drop in. So great surfing from these two experienced surfers. Aiden Mason-Camp, like you said, Giggs, he's been here many years, knows the break very well, and surfed a very smart heat, even though I felt like it almost got away from him at the end. Not that he lost it, but he went about 10 minutes without a wave.
Gabriel Klausner will improve on one of his counting rounds, but it will be an official result. Mason-Camp will take the win with Klausner second, both of them moving to the round of 32. We'll get the next heat underway. There's your official result. We'll lose David Emsley and Melo Zarchana in the lineup. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more. Welcome back to coverage of the round of 64, heat number 10, about to come your way, care of the Ballito Open. It is the QS 2000 with lots of star-studded names in the lineup. One of them is Xavier Huxtable, who knows competition at the highest level. Watch for Lucas Austin, the American, here to explore his potential in Ballito, and two South Africans in Swade Skalkwyk and Luc Lapront. And getting a quick start here is Swade Skalkwyk, based in Victoria Bay, down on the beautiful garden route. That's about 2.5 to 3 hours south of Jeffreys Bay itself. And he'll get a quick start here. Welcome back to the booth, Greg Emsley, as we get stuck into some more surfing action. How are the conditions out there? It is just so playable right now in the lineup.
It's solid. I don't know what you're seeing in the booth, Gigs, but to me it feels like the energy's increased quite a bit. There's one or two sets that our athletes had to actually scratch right outside for. Still didn't get onto one or two of them in that last heat. They looked every bit of 6 foot plus. So solid, and some of the walls are super clean. Something I'm noticing on those bigger ones is there's so much water, and the guys are taking off deep and seeing this wall, but ending up not getting ahead of it into those sections. So you've got to make sure you get ahead of the wall on that takeoff so you can get scoring potential on those big green open faces.
Big green open faces there is. It's buttery conditions here just after 10:30 a.m. local time in Ballito. It's 90 minutes to go until the high tide itself. It is a neap tide week, so not the biggest range between tides, but that is a big turn, if we're using the word big, and that is Xavier Huxtable, who gets a big heavy-footed turn of his own. Start handing out some early priorities in this heat, because Skalkwyk and Huxtable are to their feet, and the judges will bring us some numbers for that. And well, we'll in the meantime, while judges are just pondering a few scores, let's go down and hear from Aiden Masenkamp.
Cool. Aiden, stoked to have you back in Ballito. You've had plenty of wins here, but you're fresh off a win in Vic Bay. Feels like your momentum is just where you want it to be. Talk us through where you're at mentally too.
Yeah, obviously coming off that win in Vic Bay was really cool, just to get the momentum going, and yeah, it felt really nice to just put some nice surfing on over there and go left, go right, and enjoy just a nice contest. You know, it was pretty sick, good environment there, but really nice to be back in Ballito. Obviously had some great memories in the past and also some letdowns in the past, but really looking forward to this event and just moving forward in the rounds, and obviously using this as a bit of a warm-up for the main event.
Nice. Well, it's so good to have you back in Ballito. Great heat win, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thanks so much.
All the best. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emma. Thanks, Aiden. And certainly a more mature Aiden Masenkamp in 2026 as well. He said openly there, Greg, how he's navigated the highs and lows. And yeah, looking forward to seeing him in the round of 32 this afternoon. No real rides coming at us just yet here, Greg. And Huxtable will just throw a priority away there. You're talking about the size of the waves. You're talking about the tide push. Some bigger waves coming through the lineup.
Yeah, it's heavy water moving out there, and wave selection's quite key. There's some absolute beauties.
Meanwhile, Skalkwyk out on the face for a wrapping turn. That will be a nice one for Swade, who's into an early lead there, established himself with a 4.17 previous. His opener will be a throwaway score. And Swade Skalkwyk has his own surfing going from strength to strength. He's managed to fit in trips to Hawaii, to the Slater Wave Pool and the Abu Dhabi Pool as well. And just generally, as a family, working on every aspect of getting his equipment and his experience and his mind into the right place for results. And certainly Swade Skalkwyk right now out front in this encounter. Plenty of time ahead though, 14.5 on the clock. And we'll see where the judges take that next scoring ride of Swade Skalkwyk. Nothing really jumping out at us at this early stage, Greg.
Yeah, it's a big playing field with big conditions. And yeah, we got live action. Lepront using his priority gigs.
Well, let's have a look at Luke Lepront, no stranger to the stretched out right-handers of the region. Nice two-turn combo, just drifts it, shifts those shoulders, just kind of crosses over himself as he comes out of that second turn, but he'll set himself up for an opening score, Greg. Nothing too major, but just sound, solid fundamentals at play there for Luke Lepront. Of course, the entire Lepront clan involved in this massive festival, sisters Leah and both sisters just also really campaigning, Leah and Louise. And of course, very good family support from the Lepronts as well for those results that have been coming over the last few years. That was a whipping turn right there. Luke Alston just blurring through that turn, sets up another one as well. Now this is pace, and this here is going to light up the scoreboard, Greg. That was blistering surfing.
Wow, Lucas just ripping through those turns. That first turn was just full speed, and he timed it so perfectly that he got the full wrap but managed to reset that rail so he kept up with the speed of that wave and get the couple of turns to finish. And you can see it looks like he's probably opting for the runaround. A lot of water moving out there. You're seeing more and more the surfers opting for the runaround after a long wave.
Yeah, Greg, just to add to what you were saying, I think for a lot of our viewers, if they are invested in this and they don't know the region, the minute you get, as you say, a bit of heavy water moving, that sweep, the inshore sweep can really drive you a few hundred yards down the beach. So smart heat management here. We're not even at the halfway mark, 12 and a half minutes to go in the 20-minute heat. So Lucas Alston will wait for that score. He'll just go around and he'll use those rip currents against those rock ridges to get back into the lineup.
Yeah, and a bit of work for Jim Hogan there as well on screen. Looking at what we've seen through the day, there's a lot of good waves, but it's very difficult to get two good waves in the 20 minutes with all, with a run around and so much that's going on. I reckon, you give me someone that doesn't get two waves with two big turns on that doesn't make it through. So let's watch Luc Lapront. Mid to small wave, but gets the two turns. So that's probably going to be a decent start for Luke. Anything a bit bigger is going to put the scoreline obviously bigger, but how's that first wrap? Full rail turn and manages to keep up that speed. Again, connects with the lip, super critical, and the little finish as well. But that first turn, the money, the second turn, super critical, and the judges I reckon they're going to really enjoy that one.
Well, they do enjoy it, Greg. They're going to go 6.33 versus the two-turn combo of Luc Lapront coming at it a 4.1. So a full 2 points separating those rides, Greg, and that was down to intensity and speed.
Yeah, that first carve from Lucas was probably one of the better carves we've seen through competition so far, and the speed through it was just on another level as well.
11 minutes to go as we move towards the halfway mark, and a second ride coming our way here from Xavier Huxtable. He's ditching a decimal and will establish a reasonably workable number through to the inside. We've seen Huxtable again as a wild card at Bells. He's had his moments on the Challenger Series, and we're looking forward to seeing what Xavier brings to the Ballito Pro come this time next week. But for now, doing the warm-up reps in the QS 2000 jersey, and certainly getting his most usable wave just yet, Greg.
Wow, he put this wave together really well. Massive hack off the top. Straight up, vertical, straight down. So committed on that second turn. Gets a variety with a slicing hack, and then bang into the finish. So well put together, well read. Combinations, 4 maneuvers, all well placed. Surfing to the judging criteria, that's going to be up there with the best ride of the heat for me.
Well, we are not video producers, but if the boys in the at the office can reel back the tape and give us the combination of turns, the first two turns of Xavier Huxtable, our surfer in white, he just addresses and squares up that second turn, Greg, and really expecting a reasonably special number out of that. And that is just going to hit all those criteria and discussion points that we got in the judging updates this morning.
Yeah. How strong was that first turn, Giggs? It was just so on the rail, carving all the way around, and then how he comboed it up. He went super vertical, straight up. But not only that, he didn't go straight up and come out of it horizontally. He went straight up, tilted that tail, and came straight down critically, and then still got another 2-turn combos for the mix-up.
Well, if the boys want to pull that replay up and slow it down for us, an 8.67. It's probably the best individual wave we've seen of the week thus far. Just very strong. And that is just made up of one simple element, sound fundamentals with the combination of maneuver.
Perfect. And ocean knowledge, reading the waves well. Here we go, Giggs. Check at this. So off the bottom, so strong on that first carve. Look at the spray, still in the air. And this is what I love, how he comboed it straight up, straight down vertically. And then watch this turn. He goes, I'm going to just slice the tail back into the pocket, sees the nice little oncoming section, and strong finish. Flawless, pretty much, and that's why it's gone excellent.
Gone excellent. We love it. Xavier Huxtable here in the warm-ups for the up-and-coming Challenger Series. 8.5 to go, and he will take a stranglehold on this heat now, because I say that in that he just needs to improve on a 3.27, and then he's really going to have this lead on a bit of a lockdown, Greg. Plenty of time though, 8 on the clock to go. Lucas Alston producing some sizzling surfing of his own. He found that 6.33 and he's back at it. That one he'll just steer in and out, and that'll hand a priority to Swade Skalkwyk, our surfer from Victoria Bay. Luc Lepront, just that soft opener of a 4.1 to talk about. I don't like using the word, but you compare it to the 8.67 of Huxtable, and it was a softer ride. Just seeing both first and second priorities pushing over to the right-hand side of the break. Greg, you said that this would happen with that south swell starting to kick in yesterday afternoon. Everybody's starting to squeeze to the right of screen to the southern end of the beach. And as you mentioned, just some heavier water than what it might look like on the screen for the viewers.
Yeah, and as the waves approach, it does feel like the sets want to pull you closer to the rocks, and it looks like it from the beach, but then as it gets closer, it sort of shifts down the beach slightly.
Well, here's the priority at play for Swade Skalkwyk. Been working on his boards with Elton Fersman and, of course, the Mayhem stable of boards. The Lost Mayhem shapes really suiting where Skalkwyk is trying to take his surfing in 2026. He likes those rounded tails. He's been testing out the driver 3.0s and a few other models to get to this point. And we'll see where that score lands. He is down in third and chasing a mid-range score of a 5.5. And it's all up to what Alston sets as a second scoring ride, because we know he has the power of that 6.33. Here he goes, the American, just opening up those shoulders as he extends through the two turns. Has he made that? For a moment, the answer was yes, but he does get knocked off, and now the two-turn combo from Luc Lepront, that's far more critical. He likes the feeling of that. It was a lip line, and he free fell out of that, Greg. So some good stuff to break down here with 6 minutes to go.
Wow, that was a good exchange. Luc Lepront sitting fairly quietly. For him, he's normally a bit busier in the start of the heat, but answering back very strong there. That finishing maneuver, exceptionally critical. But for me, Lucas went incomplete, but that first carve is just incredible. As we see him with a quick ride there, that first carve on that last wave from Alston is just so on the rail and so fast. It's almost one of the fastest surfers I've seen through that maneuver. And just watching, look at this, how he slices. I mean, the speed through that carve and how he keeps it on the rail through the down carve. And he was right there, that right there for the finish. I think it was incomplete, though. And then we see Luc Lepront sets up on this one, gets the carve, good spray off that first turn, and then the heavy hitting finish. So that's definitely going to be Luc's best number. And he's going to be challenging the top two spots here. He's going to be right back in this one.
Well, requirements for Lepront, a 5.57. Needs to climb out of fourth up to second if he wants to stay part of the Ballito Open. It's going to be a score that's going to be in and around the requirements. We've gone underneath the 5-minute mark here. Huxtable out front. Lucas Alston has set himself another score as well, Greg, with a 3.17 not featuring in his top two. So as much as we like that opening slice, incomplete, as you said, for the last turn, it doesn't feature in the top two. And, now just a matter of settling that last score, a 5.33, not enough to jump to second. It is, however, a building block score, Greg. He's gone up to third and now chases a lesser 4.34 to go. 4 minutes on the clock. This is a fun one to call.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Lucas Alston. I haven't followed him much, but I think I'm going to because I really, really like what I see. I mean, I'm sold on these open-face turns. The speed he goes through those maneuvers is exceptional. And he's had quite tricky waves to deal with and still made them work. If he gets one that just slows down a little bit for him, I can't wait to see what he's going to bring to the table.
Well, Lucas Alston, the young American, bringing some exciting surfing to the walls of Ballito here in the QS 2000. 3.5 minutes to go. You see water moving through the lineup here. Greg, you've made mention that it is similar to the North Shore in its feelings, and definitely some strong waves with the tide push through this second day of the qualifying series. We're going to go into the round of 32 this afternoon, so surfers who advance here, and that is exactly what Lapront is trying to do. Big turn, one steady turn in the lip, and he re-emerges for a completion. And we ask the question, what do you folks think at home? A 4.34 required for red. Again, that's just knocking on the neighborhood of that score, Greg.
He's asking the questions, isn't he? The last wave, I thought he put together very well for that 5.33. He gave the judges the claim. He said, I want the score. He's now, he's found something under priority down the beach, one big section. He thought, let me go vertical and hammer it. Let me ask the questions and see if I can get the scores. Watching the replay, straight up, a very critical turn. It's now whether the judges decide that, that it's going to be worth that number.
Well, we'll see how the judges interpret that. There's elements of that turn which I think the panel will like. There's a few criticisms perhaps as well. He sort of didn't project through the turn. I think if there is going to be a downside from the judging panel, they might sort of just feel that there wasn't enough drive through the turn. What do you think? The bottom turn was impeccable though.
Yeah, if anything, maybe, he didn't have much choice, but if anything, maybe too critical. But I like the criticalness of it at the same time. But he was so connected with the lip, so vertical. So you've got to put those aspects into it as well.
4.34 requirement, and last red is a 4.73. So situation change here as we move to the 90 seconds remaining mark. The Australian Huxtable is in the commanding position, and he'll now look to drop his lowest score. Remember, he has that massive 867 in his scorecard already. Goodbye to his lowest opening score of a 327. So just trying to cement the lead here, just trying to keep heat management start to finish in check is Xavier Huxtable. Of course, love his surfing out of that Bells Beach area and what he got to do there. We're looking forward to seeing him in the Challenger Series jersey in a few days' time. Meanwhile, Lapront got what he wanted, got the required score, Greg.
Yeah. So Lucas Alston now looking for a 3.73 with first priority, and a little bit of movement in the last minute here on the horizon.
Could be a twist in the tail here. As you say, Greg, he has that priority. We've seen some flurries of sets. We're seeing Skulkvakers drop down to fourth, needing a 5.89. He looks like he's trying to break wide, and he might go to a left-hander. We've hardly seen any lefts here in Ballito, particularly this morning. Big, heavy section to approach, and he does just that. A little bit hidden in the white water, but he'll re-emerge. You think of Luc Lapront's version of that same approach for a 4.73. Perhaps something similar for this man on screen, Swade Skulkvake, but he does need, Greg, a 5.89 to unlock that fourth place position, and the heat is going to wrap up. It's going to be at the expense of Alston, who's going to not find a wave with priority in the lineup. And either way, an entertaining heat as judges work on scores for this man, Swade Skulkvake. What are we thinking, Greg?
Yeah, so nice, strong left. He connects with the lip. It's. I don't think it's going to be that score. It's just you can't compare it to Luc Lapront's last 4.73. And we're going to, either way, a South African's going to get through. But Luc Lapront really putting on a good competitive performance there.
Well, the other thing that we spoke about at the beginning of the heat, Greg, is we hadn't seen any tube rides, and Xavier Huxtable brought us one, got the doggy door out. Does he improve on his opening counting ride? Looks like he may have just done that. We are waiting to just wrap up a last score here. Swade Skulkvake is going to find a 2.6 on that. Judges weren't impressed with the drive through the lip, but Huxtable's going to sneak a doggy door for a 5.33 and cement the heat win, and he'll take Luc Lapront with him to the round of 32 this afternoon. Stay tuned. We've got a great heat coming up next. We'll be back for more. moving deep into the round of 64 here as we are about to get Heat 13 underway. Two South Africans out in the lineup. Two goofy footers in Luke van Wyk and Matt Canning will take on Massimiliano Benz. Watch for him and watch for Jackson Bunch, and almost on cue, former CT surfer. We saw him really explode with some great performances in the Championship Tour jersey a season or two back, including his best result over in the Abu Dhabi wave pool. Lots to talk about here as we get stuck into it at a beautiful lunchtime here in Ballito. Gig Saliers alongside Greg Emsley for the call. Greg, it's just certainly living up to its name as the premium beach festival in South Africa.
Yep, absolutely. Showing off is Ballito. And look at this, sets on tap still. Just so much energy in this ocean. It's, yeah, we're going to have waves right through till dark here through surfers.
I'll have a look at Jackson Bunch back at it. First one was the throwaway. He'll make this one just a little more than that as he free falls out the lip. Jackson Bunch from Oahu in Hawaii. Love what he brought. Some spicy surfing of his own over the previous seasons here in Ballito, all the way to qualification a season back. And well back here for the Challenger Series in 2026. Jackson Bunch, just one of those exciting surfers to watch. And it'll be a cool heat with the backhand surfing to set the pace for the two South Africans, specifically Van Wyk and Canning.
Yeah, they're going to definitely be backing themselves. Jackson Bunch, you just see his pedigree there, getting that short opening wave, moving away from the pack and quickly backing that up and finding something to hold onto early on in this heat with those two critical backhand turns. So he'll have a solid start here and put down a good number early on.
Well, Massimo's been doing the junior series, the circuits, the framework of competition here in South Africa. I remember him a few seasons back, really just trying to find his way, and he's really, Greg has improved season upon season as well, and he finds himself here in the QS 2000.
Yeah, watch Momo. He's definitely a dark horse in this heat. He's going to have the advantage of being the only natural footer in the heat, so he'll think of that as a point of difference and maybe try and find those waves that suit his style. A really smooth surfer, but he can put it very critically, and he'll be trying to cause an upset. Yeah, I reckon he's going to be going for it.
Oh, we love the competition framework here, the QS 2000, with lots of big names as they get their heat reps in for the up-and-coming opening Challenger Series event of the year, the up-and-coming Bledo Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Having a look at the round of 64, we've got all the way to 16 heats, so heat 13, still 3 more after this, another hour, and then we will transition into the round of 32. So 2 surfers through each time. Best 2 scores count per surfer as they work the lineup. And of course, an important part of every heat surf, Greg, is the preparation and then, of course, the debrief.
Yeah, there we go. You got to have the debrief. It's questionable. Some people like a debrief straight after the heat. Others like a bit of time, depending on the results. Some surfers like a lot of information. Some surfers like only a little bit. So everyone's different, and it's always important that coach-athlete relationship and knowing what makes your athlete tick.
Of course, a huge shout-out to the people behind the team Grit. Of course, property development in and through and around the southern and northern African regions. Huge shout-out to Grit for their support of various athletes. Of course, a number of South Africans being empowered by those kind of strategic sponsorships. And talking of South Africans, let's go down and visit Emma Smith as we hear from the winner of that last heat.
Surprise! The local favorite. I've had people screaming my ear for the whole duration of you walking up the beach. I know you work so hard. How does this feel?
Jeepers, just a heat win feels so good. I haven't won a QS heat in a minute, and yeah, just a big shout out to the people that believe in me, because it makes it a lot easier, you know, when you have people in the background that are rooting for you more than you're rooting for yourself. And yeah, just a big shout out to my dad, my sponsors, my community back at church. Jeepers, those guys believe in me a lot. And yeah, thank you guys so much for the support.
Nice surprise. Everyone believes in you, as you heard from the beach. Good luck for the next heat, and thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Gotta love Surprise. Just a great character, and really can produce some world-class surfing. Talking of world-class surfing, let's see if Matt Canning can find his way to that form. We know he's got those magic moments. Had a little bit of a troubled run through the Pro Junior a few days back. Greg was hearing that he was struggling with his ankle a little bit. Perhaps a bit of rehab over the last 48 hours. We'll see some decent numbers come Matt Canning's way. But as we mentioned, Greg, it's all going to get set against the barometer scores of Jackson Bunch, who's into that early lead. One of them a 6.5.
Yeah, Jackson super strong on those two turns. He was so critical. Amazing how Jackson on that final maneuver on the 6.5, there was so much turbulence, but he came out in front of it, got super compact to his board, made sure the nose was facing the beach for the ride out. He did everything right on that wave to get the 6.5. We saw Matt Canning with the one major maneuver. There goes Matt. A bit of time to get around that first section, but then he did get the one turn. Sadly, the wave did run off after that, but certainly positioned that one maneuver well.
Well, Matt Canning fetches a 3 in the lineup. Let's have a look and see how Luke van Wyk navigates. He won't, and he'll eject there and hand the priority to Massimo. So no rides yet for our surfer in white, but plenty of time, 11.5 on the clock. There is a fair tempo of consistency, Greg, as we pretty much are marching towards the high tide here. Haven't really experienced anything in the way of a high tide lull, but plenty of waves we expect in the remaining 11 minutes of this heat.
From a coaching perspective, Giggs, you look at this 11 minutes to go. Jackson Bunch, you would say, is running away with this heat. When I train with the guys, I often surf heats with them, and we do our heat drills. I always say to them, you know, like if I have a dream heat, don't focus on me. Maybe I'm going to be in rhythm and get 2 good waves and get 2 8.5s. Or maybe you're going to do it. But you've still got to focus on yourself. You've got to look at a scoreline. I always say, focus on trying to get to 10 points. If every time you're getting a minimum of 10 points, you're going to be in most heats. And you look at this, you're probably going to see Jackson Bunch. He's got a 6.5. You would say he's going to better that with another score because he's in that rhythm. Now, the other 3 surfers don't want to be focusing on him. Let him go. Focus on what you need to do to get close to those 10 points, and then look at the heat afterwards. Was I there? And did I make it? And as long as you got close to it, you can be happy with your competitive performance.
We might try peel back the tapes for a look at Jackson Bunch's highlight score thus far of the 6.5, last of green. We'll see if we can get that for you as we hit the halfway mark in the heat. Matt Canning on screen, just a 3-pointer at this stage. Luke van Wyk will be a touch disappointed because he took off on a pretty good looking wave but was stuck behind the section. Maybe just trying to read it as the tide reaches its maximum here, Greg.
Yeah, I think Luke there would have been two trains of thought going through his head there. It's I need a wave. This is a good wave, and if he didn't go on that wave, one of the other surfers wider would have got a really good wave. So maybe it was a bit of, I need a wave, but I also need to block the other surfers.
Well, Red will inquire, but it will be the priority of Massimo, who nicely steers through that first maneuver, approaches the second, and he'll let it go. So opportunity there really to stamp a great opening number. It was a nice first stinging turn. Meanwhile, Luke van Wyk, see if he can pivot in the lip and hold on. He'll get bumped out as we go to 9 minutes. And so both surfers technically making mistakes there, Greg, but keeping their scorecards turning. This heat is marching along.
Yeah, you saw Massimo making a bit of an error there, and you saw Luke van Wyk really on him on that takeoff. And sometimes, putting pressure on on a surfer with priority can really get under their skin. But up and riding here, Jackson.
A little in and out for heat leader Jackson Bunch. Of course, we want to see how he goes next week at the Ballito Pro. That's a nice turn from Matt Canning, and he'll disappear on us. So vaporized in the landing, everything on the way to a good score. We spoke of, especially through the high tide now, Greg, over the next hour, single maneuvers, and maybe instead of the combinations, making up some meaty scores and altering and steering heats along. So let's see where we go. But for now, another throwaway for Matt Canning.
Yeah, I'm interested to see some of these replays. You know, they're just such fine lines, all of them, to getting these scores, and little mistakes being made, costing big. So this was Jackson Bunch. So he got the one turn, but this wave ran off ahead of him. So that's obviously going to go in his score line to back the 6.5. So he will improve on that score line. But Matt Canning, I thought he had this big drive off the bottom, rips into that. He had a couple of surfers almost maybe catching his eye, not in the way, but could have put him off a second there.
Yeah, valid point. Surfers in the vision line of Matt Canning. But here goes a stinging little series of turns again for Jackson Bunch. Now 23 years of age, I would imagine. I think he's around there. And he'll be just trying to add to that opener of the 6.5. That previous turn, Greg, at 297. We'll go a little bit north of that now with the next score from the panel.
I really enjoyed this last wave. I'm looking forward to the replay. I would love, from a coaching perspective, to get a slow-mo of that. The attack of the bottom turn, and halfway up the face, how he goes, he turns the board extra vertical to really snap it up vertically in the lip, and then the super stingy sort of rotation off the top is something special. And he did it on the first turn, which was really good, but the second turn was even more fire in it.
Taking the grandfather clock and bending those things from 11 to 12 o'clock. Let's have a look at Massimo, who did take a fall on his first one. This one's got a nice pace to it. Second turn complete this time, inside section. Fuller tide, as we mentioned here, almost quarter to 12. And he'll find this way. This wave will connect through. We haven't seen a lot of those. We're going to see a few more of those over the next hour or so. But young Biens is going to set up a second score. It was only his second counting ride as we're down to under the 6-minute mark. His first one, the 2.3, a much better second wave for Massimo.
Yeah, that was good in the context of this heat and the time frame. That's the best of the other three surfers, in my opinion, other than Bunch. Jackson Bunch running away with it, but that last of Massimo is, I feel, is the best score from what we've seen from him and Canning and Van Wyk.
Well, what do the judges think of that one, Greg? It's going to come in at a 3.33, so it does have him up into second. Looking at that last number of Jackson Bunch, a 4.4. Technically, you say just winding that turn an extra little more vertical on a smaller to medium-sized wave, the Hawaiian in green. Just further extends his lead now as we get down to 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so the smaller wave for Jackson, but the turns were, I mean, I think it's the quickest we've seen the goofy footers today between those maneuvers. If you took the stopwatch on how quickly he rotates off the top, it will be split seconds. Watch this now. Whack! You see how vertically he gets, and watch again. Up in the face, and that extra bit of tilt vertical before he does the rotation just gives it that bit of venom in the turn. And then we see Momo. Good spray coming off Massimo's board, deep off the bottom, and looking quite mature, in my opinion, on this wave is our junior surfer, and gets a little slice. There's that bit of high tide effect on that closeout section, softening it up slightly.
A little over 4 minutes on the clock. Opportunities for both Massimo up in second, Canning to chase the 2.84, and Van Wyk still in the story with a 3.66. We feel that perhaps Luke Van Wyk has made a couple of unforced errors, one being the wave selection, and certainly just letting go of a turn that he's an exceptionally talented surfer, he should be making. So we'll see where this all goes. Meanwhile, under the priority of everybody. That's a lovely stinging turn, right sort of approach, and maybe just the right way to approach a single maneuver, Greg, but it does go unstuck. But no harm, no foul, because he is outside of the priority ladder.
Yeah. If Massimo doesn't make this heat, the two fall-offs, his first wave and this one, will hurt him, because he'll feel he could have made those maneuvers and he could have put more pressure on his competitors. So he'll kick himself if he doesn't make it. He's sitting in second place, but he could be in a better position.
Well, just under 3 minutes to confirm if Massimo is going to go to the next round, the round of 32. We will be surfing the round of 32 this afternoon. Of course, 16 heats will complete this round of 64, currently in heat number 13 with 2.5 minutes to go. Matt Canning has the priority, Greg. He has that opportunity right on a tray, ready to be served. See if he can find just the 2.84. Massimo is going to re-enter the lineup and still be down in that fourth priority. So definitely an opportunity for both Canning and Van Wyk here to change their course. Jackson Bunch will like the look of that, but Luke Van Wyk second prio will stretch. And again, just an error in wave selection there. Put the focus of discussion back onto Matt Canning. Can he find just a 1.13 now, Greg, as all the numbers are updated?
What? Just a question, was that not a paddle from Matt Canning in blue? He had first priority at that point, didn't he?
No, it was Jackson Bunch having a look.
Oh, was that Jackson? Okay, green. Okay, he was just checking. Sorry, I got the colours wrong there. I thought, wow, that was quite an interesting maneuver.
Well, just under 90 to go. In fact, sorry, just over 90 seconds to go. You see Luke Van Wyk now inquiring on everything out in the lineup. He's perhaps packed his own pressure on himself here in this round of 64 QS 2000 experience. See if he can quickly find and unlock. How small is that number? It's a 0.5 required for our man in red, because his last ride, well, the previous ride, worth the 2.17. So holding a 0.5 and just needs to bump his numbers up just a touch. My apologies. It is a 3.56 requirement. So we are just looking at requirements. Matt Canning still needs the 2.84, Greg. 3.56 required by red. And so third and fourth still in with the shout here.
Yeah, very low scoring encounter between second, third, and fourth. Big paddle not getting on.
Wow. Oh, Dad Paul will be upset with that. Here's a moment in the heat that could change everything. Luke Van Wyk just gets ricocheted off in the landing. Is there more opportunities? Heat leader will now freewheel to the finish line, almost riding over his competitor. Jackson Bunch just whipping those turns. So easily done with so much polish and style. The Hawaiian is on his way to another surf in the contest lineup this afternoon in the round of 32. And so you would expect from a surfer that has worked his way through the Challenger Series successfully before. And Jackson Bunch is going to take out that win. And it looks like Massimo's going to go with him, Greg.
Yeah.
Waiting for two more scores, though.
Yeah, but let's have a quick look at this replay. Whacks up over his competitor. I think this is almost the best turn of the heat right there. That was really solid spray in the air for days.
Love it.
I think it's going to go in his top two. I really enjoyed his approach to this heat. Jackson Bunch looking seriously on form here.
So last of red not factoring in. Luke Van Wyk will be confirmed as a fourth place finisher. Matt Canning in third. Massimo Benz is going to be in second. Just a matter of officiating the scorecard. And Greg, you loved that wave of Jackson Bunch. Remind us that he had a 6.5 and a 4.4. So it will be goodbye to the 4.4. It'll also be goodbye to Matt Canning and to Luke Van Wyk. Do we just want to get that number locked in here? I mean, if the boys in the studio want to really spoil us, throw us a replay, because those two turns of Jackson Bunch were really spicy. And the judges, you know, they take every score in that category very seriously. They will debate that, because that is the level that they're expecting with the up-and-coming Challenger Series. And certainly judges, a couple of mixed opinions. One as low as a 5.5, one as high as a 6, so it averages out at the 5.83. But stinging turns, Greg.
Yeah, this last maneuver, wow. I mean, that was the money all day on that last wave. And yeah, he's through to the next round and looking on fire.
Official result, Jackson Bunch and Massimo Benz are into the next round. We'll sit back and take a quick break, and we'll be more from the round of 64 here in Ballito. Welcome to the round of 32 here at the Ballito Pro. It is the qualifying series 2000 ranked event. And we welcome you to the second heat of the round of 32 as we cut the field in half. 4-man heats, 2 South Africans out in the lineup in Connor Schleipen and Chad du Toit from opposite ends of the country. Brazilian Vitor Ferreira is here to get the warm-up laps along with Dimitri Polos, the American. As we welcome you to the broadcast, we trust that you're enjoying it with us. Alongside me, former championship tour surfer, more than a decade at the highest level, Greg Emsley. These days a father and a coach, and sometimes a friend when I visit East London. My name's Giggs, and yeah, it's a great part of the world you live in, Greg, and certainly it's fun to call these heats with you, to see how the action unfolds and to see for breakthrough results like Levi Epinitos in that last heat going through to the final 16. Here's Chad du Toit with an early start as he'll keep his momentum going. Did a similar thing in the round of 32 heat this morning. Quick starts for Chado. Meanwhile, into picture comes Connor Schleipen. The South Africans want a slice of the action here as they get their opening scores for us. It's a good afternoon, local time 1:20 p.m. Friday the 10th of July. And with all of that, let's go down and hear from Cade Matson, who found a good set of numbers for that heat when in the previous heat.
Cade, what an amazing win. I feel like you're in such rhythm out here. This morning you felt like you weren't making that closeout turn. You definitely made it in this heat. You did mention you're not even riding your own fins.
Yeah, these are Eli Hanneman's fins. He let me borrow them because I left all my FCS fins at home. I'm riding both Futures and FCS, so it's yeah, little challenges, but I'm stoked.
Nice. And obviously long day, 4 a.m. wake-ups, 2 heats. What's the plan for the rest of the day?
Plan for the rest of the day is go eat as fast as possible and then just lay down.
Nice. Well, enjoy and good luck for tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
Cool.
Thank
Back
you.
to you guys.
Appreciate it.
Well, Cade Matson's going to take a walk across the road and get some food. Also pop in at Groundswell Surf Shop. They have that full range of FCS and FCS2s. Of course, so many various models to choose from these days as well. Greg, you'd think that perhaps Cade Matson would be on some of the bigger templates, perhaps I know that Mayhem Shapes, I mean, I know he rides for Matt Biolis, but there is a Mayhem model. There's a Toledo fin, there's the Medinas, there's the Fannings, an ever popular choice. You got any favorites in the Futures and FCS stables, Greg?
My favorites are the Scarfini fins. I love I love the Scarfini, the larges. Yeah, they're all great. I mix them up, and they absolutely. At nearly 50, I don't think I can surf much better than I do with those fins. So I'm quite happy.
Well, we heard Jackson Bunch reference to switching to some glass fins, testing them out, that stiffness, and just giving the boards that little bit of extra projection. Much in the same way that racing cars rely on tires and rubber compounds, surfboard fins are a major topic and more critical than most, I would say 90% of surfers are aware of.
I've always said fins are mini surfboards. So you can get 2 sets of fins that are, they're much closer nowadays than the old days because they were more handmade in the old days. Now they're generally sort of molded and then sanded. But you still get your favorite sets. Much like some guys even have a favorite pair of board shorts that they might surf a heat in. But definitely you get a good set. I always say if you've done well and the set's feeling great, mark the set so you know which are your favorite fins.
Yeah, absolutely. Some surfers writing little pencil marks on the board of what fin combinations as well have worked in what conditions. So it really is such a broad subject. Once you've got through all the variables of surfboard shapes and discussions, then there's the EPS versus polyurethane constructions to keep the chat going. And then, well, when you find your sweet spots with all of those, then you can start tweaking the fins. I'll tell you a little story. You'll like this one. So during lockdown, I managed to spend a lot of time at Victoria Bay and illegally surf because the beaches were closed. But what we'd done is...
well, it's not illegal because apparently now it was illegal for us not to surf.
Oh, right, okay. Well, either way, moving past the details, is it gave a bunch of the locals there a chance to test out almost every single fin available, because we had opened a surf shop at the time. It does carry a lot of O'Neill product. So
I love that little shop at Victoria Bay, by the way.
But the point of it is that we had all these fins on offer, and you could literally go and catch 3 or 4 waves, then switch out the fanning medium for the fanning large. And so the discussions went, and there's just so many little tweaks that are tangible with switching up fins, Greg.
Yeah, and talking about fins, putting the fins to the test, Vitor Ferreira on his opening wave. Chad du Toit deep off the bottom, straight up into that maneuver, gets the 2-turn combos, and Chad's looking solid. Chad actually walked past me, and he said, I'm mates with him. Let's just watch this replay as well. This was the opener from Connor, just working it through and slicing. I thought Connor should have been hard on himself here, try to force that finish. Chad just walked past me and said, 2 good waves, 2 big turns a wave. And that's what he said to me. And I just said, well,
Can't argue with that. He's found you the 5-3-3.
Yeah, but that's exactly what he said to me, and then walked past. I thought, well, yeah, that's exactly it.
Well, we've got 12 and a half minutes to see how Chad du Toit navigates his own plan. And Greg, it ties in with what you said, is really if you're just finding two 5-point rides in the lineup, you're in contention. Just also talking of ocean conditions here, you see that wind a little more ruffling on the south. Mike Frew referenced it to almost a touch of south-southeast as the afternoon starts stretching out. Lovely Dimitri Poulos flow on exhibition there. Of course, Dimitri going to some good results here in the Ballito challenges of previous. He's one of those surfers that again is just building that momentum. You feel that one good season run, and he's going to be at knocking on the door of qualification. He does have that smooth approach, and we'll see how it goes for him in 2026. But 11 and a half minutes to go. Judges are waiting for the numbers to land on that first ride of Dimitri Poulos. It'll bring him right into the discussion in the story, Greg. But meanwhile, Connor Schleipen needs to sort of get momentum going here. Judges pinned him down quite hard, 3.1 for the opener that he took that fall on. Backed it with a 2.97, and needs a bit more than that if he wants to stay at the top order of this heat. Chad du Toit right now, the 5.33. I want to see how Dimitri Poulos' opening score compares to the opener of Chad du Toit.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see that score. Dimitri did connect well with that wave. We sort of saw Dan Emsley in that last heat really pushing the tail and trying to force a little bit of extra sort of points off that maneuver, but I'm not sure if it's the way to go on these waves, because I think just focus on connecting the lip. Don't try and spin the tail too much. But Dimitri really hitting that first section, and there he tries to just drift it a bit more, but it nearly caught him up on that finish. So surfers need to make sure they push the tail out, just do it at the top of the wave. Don't keep drifting down the wave, because you might catch that rail mid-face.
Little bit of an awkward twist on the final turn for Dimitri Poulos. It's worth a 4.67, so all credit to Chad du Toit's opening 5.33. And as we say, Schleipen in the lead, but with 2 small scores, just a single ride for du Toit and Poulos respectively. Also Vitor Ferreira, just that 1 single turn, worth a 3.5. So right now the heat will change shape quite quickly, Greg, when we get to the story of the backup scores. We've gone underneath the halfway mark in the heat, and you're going to feel that once blue, green and white respectively bring those second waves to the scorecard, it's going to put Connor Schleipen under a little bit of a squeeze.
Yep, absolutely, as we see some waves approaching the lineup.
Well, Schleipen in third, priority is a little bit wider, and he'll get the run down the line here. Lots of speed. Does this turn into something useful? The answer will be no. And more sets on the way here for Chad du Toit and Dimitri Poulos. Du Toit turned his nose up at that, and he had to, because Vitor Ferreira had the priority, and he's caned out a good backhand turn of his own. 3.5 to start. Now a second wave in the hat for our Brazilian. See how quickly the water is moving here across the sandbars. You saw just how that wave, all that water from the previous set start to breathe out. Greg, he was almost boosted in the paddle back across the impact zone. At 8.5 to go, judges will just bring us a second counting ride for Vito Ferreira. What are we all thinking here?
Yeah, so this is just the drawn out wave from Connor. Nothing on here. He kicks out, and Vito, using his priority, sets up the goofy foot. Nice first turn, connects well, sets up, and gets a solid finish on that. So it's not going to be a really big score, but it's going to definitely help his situation in this heat.
It will, to the point where he's now the heat leader. Brazilian up into first care of that replay you've just seen for a 4.1. So now we spoke about surfers collecting second scores. Reminders that third and fourth are still on one ride each year. And you see how small their requirements are, Greg. Those needs. Du Toit just a 0.74. Dimitri Polis just less than a 1.5 point requirement to switch up the heat. So it's going to be a fun last 7.5 minutes to call. And I've got a feeling we're going to get a couple of flurry of sets as well, just to keep everybody honest in the lineup. But the one thing to say, Greg, is are the answers, and I feel the biggest sets are the ones that let Dane Henry down. He was sitting waiting for the bigger waves, and scores perhaps coming out of the medium-sized sets in that previous heat.
Especially with how demanding those big waves are now with extra bump on them. So there's a lot of water, a lot of bump, and it's hard to engage the rails and get the big maneuvers.
Down the beach a bit here is heat leader Vito Ferreira. Is on his way back out, and this is a heavy section to navigate.
Wow.
And he will do that, and yes, we'll allow him to go for the claim, because that water turned inside out as the tide starts to turn here in Ballito. And that was a heavy section, Greg. The word critical comes to mind.
One of the biggest turns we've seen today, surely. I mean, that was massive.
Let's see how the answers come from Dimitri Polis. His attempt at a second counting ride is just going to fizzle out. He'll quickly work his way back, but we're going to pull back the tapes, and we want the slow-mo as well of Vito Ferreira, who's going to replace a counting ride. He's going to replace his lower 3.5, Greg. And you hung that question on the discussion, is that one of the biggest turns we've seen?
We'll see the replay and make that decision, but fourth priority playing very well for Vito Ferreira. I can't wait to see how critical this turn is. So watch this wave, down the beach, big section, sets up, drives through the first turn. Lovely transition here. Now watch this big wall ahead. Smokes that thing off the top, huge with the lip, free falls exploding around him and rides out very cleanly. I think that is a massive, to me it's going to go excellent. That is the biggest turn I've seen today.
Well, that wave absolutely impacting, and Vito just on the right side of that ricochet as well. Greg, nice first turn from Connor Schleipen. Second one works out for him as well. That's the best we've seen from the Cape Townian thus far. It's taken him 3/4 of the heat to do that. As we approach the 5-minute mark, that'll be the first meaningful score for Connor Schleipen. Prior to that, a 3.1 and a 2.97. And let's see what else comes from this set. Feel that we'll get a few more sets before the heat is done, Greg. But, well, for now, just judges. One judge already gone to the 8. You felt that it was in the excellent category, Greg. One judge has gone just under at the 7.8. So either way, it's in the neighborhood of a very good score, and it's going to go into excellent, an 8.17. So that'll stretch the heat now with 4.5 to go.
And I know everyone's asking, Vito Ferreira, is he related to Italo?
Yeah, good question.
Answer's no.
Okay.
They come from 2 different families and 2 different regions of Brazil as well.
Well, of course, shout out to SMG Yamaha for their support of the entire Ballito Festival. Of course, not only incorporating the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior this year, the Ballito Open today, and, well, of course, the up-and-coming Challenger Series event as well. Now, with just under 4 minutes to go, where is Chad du Toit in the lineup? He has the priority, a 5.33 for a strong opener, but still just that only score on his cards, Greg. 345 for him. He wasn't part of any of that last activities. So let's see what Chado finds in the lineup. Again, as we mentioned, just a big shout out to Yamaha and of course Red Bull for their support of so much of the infrastructure here in Ballito again in 2026. So definitely Yamaha making the best skis in the world, and great to have the team from SMG Yamaha all just making this Ballito event extra special, Greg.
So here's a replay. This is Dimitri Paulus, goes for a massive turn, just ditching that nose, but he knew there was only the one section on offer. We saw Connor Schleipen as well with that last wave getting two very quick combos in. I love the speed between those maneuvers. So that's going to impact his second position as well. But interesting how Chad Toy has pulled up the handbrake here.
Well, not a big requirement for Chaddy down in fourth, a 3.04. Dimitri Paulus alongside him in third, needs just a 3.71. So here we go. This is a priority choice that's taken a while. Chado wraps the first turn, just gets it up and over. He'll want something more meaningful on the inside. He'll get that turn. This one's going to run enough for a fourth turn, so Chad's going to like that. Gives it a little dirty look at the tower as Dimitri Paulus behind him also engages. So remember, we said Paulus needs the 3.71, Chad needs the 3.04, and that's in respect of Connor Schleipen's last score of a 5.27, and he gets going again, Greg. So wow. Big hit for him. That one was electric. Single turn, so nice little sort of congestion of scores here at the end of this round of 32, second heat of the round. As we move into the afternoon, we're going to get to the 90-second mark now, and Vitor Ferreira on screen, care of the best wave we've seen of the heat, the 8.17, could still improve his numbers as well. So judges' scorecard open for 3 of our 4 surfers. Let's see if the Brazilian finds something else just to really make this an exciting finish.
So Chad du Toit definitely gets the score for me. But then what does Dimitri do? We didn't see the full ride from Dimitri, but he looked like he was engaged and hammering hard through those turns. So does he overtake Chad? And then what happens with Connor on that last wave? He also got one really big turn.
Well, what do you folks think at home? Let's break it all down.
So Chad sets up, gets the roundhouse sort of set up turn, and then up over the foam, and then it stands up for him nicely through the inside section. That's a good click, and he just wants to put this together, gets the finish, so he's happy with that finish. Dimitri Paulus was obviously on the wave behind, and here we go. So let's see what Dimitri does. Sets up, drives through that first turn a little bit softer, but then hits it up nice and vertical on that second turn. So questionable which 2 scores were the better, but this for me was the best of those. I love that turn, the amount of spray that came off the board, the heavy section, the control, the style. Everything was pretty good for me on that wave from Connor.
Well, pretty exciting finish to this heat. Dimitri Paulus did not get the requirement. It was just under, so he drops down to 4th. Connor Schleipen's scorecard is open for that big stinging turn. Chad du Toit meets the requirement and some loose change as he jumps up to 2nd. Now it's a matter of, does Connor Schleipen's last score meet a requirement of a 4.67? We speculate for a single turn, perhaps it will. And Chad du Toit will just be holding on to 2nd place while the judges still work on that last score of red.
I'm scared. I'm going yes. I like the turn.
No, I wasn't posing a question, Greg. I was just commenting. Either way, it's made for an exciting finish, but all credit to that man on screen, Vitor Ferreira, the relatively unknown name of a new Brazilian visiting here in Ballito with his eyes set on the up-and-coming Challenger Series. An 8.17, didn't get to improve on his 4.1, so he'll know that as he thinks about the round of 16. Debate on the beach here for Connor Schleipen. Judges are watching the replay here, and a reminder, folks, surf fans, a 4.67 required to ditch Chad du Toit out of 2nd. Now, I am going to ask you a question, Greg. I say no. Greg, what do you say? My eyesight's better than yours, and I can see the scores starting to trickle, and it's going to be ever so close, though. 4, 6, 7 required. Concern and a heavy furrowed eyebrows from Chad du Toit as they all wait for the beach announcers here. Bit of discussion, bit of contemplation. It's a mid-range 4 required. And it's going to be a 3.97, so half a point short. Chad du Toit will just fist pump that second place finish. But all credit to all the surfers. Perhaps the one that most didn't meet expectation was Dimitri Polos, but nonetheless an official result in the bag here. It is the QS 2000, and it's making for some great stories here in Ballito. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from Ballito this afternoon. Welcome back to the coverage as we see Clay Turrell emerge on screen, one of 3 South African goofy footers to take on the lone natural footer of Gabriel Klausner from Brazil. Good afternoon from Giggs and Greg as we get stuck into it. And Luke Lepront, Clay Turrell and Surprise Mupamalo are the 3 Saffers in this round of 32 encounters. Space for 2 of them to advance. Does the Brazilian find his way to numbers? Let's have a look at the replays as we get stuck into it.
Oh, Gabriel up and riding early on. How's that drift? Doesn't hold on to it. And let's see what happened here with Clay Turrell. Hits it and gets the one big hammer. Connected quite late with that lip. Had a bit of work to do coming out of it. So opening exchange for Gabriel and Clay. I don't think it's going to be huge. But we'll see the 3 goofy footers from South Africa, Luke Lepront, Clay Turrell, and Ntokoza Mapamula. They've surfed against each other multiple times through their junior careers. They'll have their own little stats in their heads of who's got the upper hand. But of course, coming up against the Brazilian surfer, Gabriel Klausner, he's been on really strong form as well in this event.
Greg, plenty of time to pick it apart. Clay Turrell's round of 32 heat, my apologies, round of 64 heat earlier today was pretty spicy. He had some big backhand hammers and seems to be on the front foot as far as momentum goes. It'll be interesting to see how the heat officiates. Klausner, the Brazilian, will just get a small throwaway score, a 2-1-7. Incomplete on that last maneuver as he did the layback over the whitewater section. And well, as I say, Clay Turrell with a 4th priority returning to the lineup. We'll see, still waiting for an interpretation from the panel to the big chunky approach to that wall. It's going to come in at a 3.33, so judges not overwhelmed by that number, Greg, but a couple of numbers for both red and white to get going. And we'll see how Surprise and how Luke go in the lineup here. Meanwhile, Klausner, the Brazilian, is going to quickly jump on board for a second ride, stretching himself away from the pack, finds a nice little twist. It's cleaning up for him on the inside for a 2-turn combo. That'll be useful in the context of the current conditions on hand this afternoon, Greg, as Klausner wraps that one up. We'll see perhaps for a replay of one of our other participants. It will be Surprise Mupamalo. We'll try and pull back the tapes for the opening ride of green. It's coming at us quick and fast here as we're only 16.5 minutes remaining. It's only 3.5 minutes in. So yeah, good stuff from everybody trying to get their opening scores. It leaves Lepront though with the priority on the outside, Greg.
Yeah, he's got a game plan. Luke Lepront always is very sound with his game plans. We'll see where Surprise's first wave went. But looking at Gabriel Klausner, I like what I see from him. He's quite a large frame, and he drives through those turns. I'm just trying to think who he reminds me of, but he's got a really strong style.
Well, Lepront just hangs like Spider-Man upside down there for a second and goes incomplete. So nothing banging out the scorecards just yet for us. Surprise got a 1.4. Here's some speed down the line for wave 2 for Clay Turrell. Just gets that rail in, gets a little stuck. Second one's a lot better, gets the rotation and it throws up some spray. Gets that circular release of energy out of the bottom of that surfboard. And Clay Turrell perhaps the best of what we've seen thus far in this heat. And just like that, judges will think about scores for Turrell, Klausner and Lepront. Nothing special really jumping at us just yet, Greg. We spoke of the wind, we spoke of the outgoing tides. It is full mid-tide and a lot of water moving in and around and out of these smaller bays here in Ballito, Greg.
Yeah, a lot going on, and as you mentioned, Clay Turrell looking sharp this morning in that round of 64. Very strong win for him, so he'll be taking that confidence into this heat. It's a stacked heat, so it's wave selection and finding those opportunities is going to be important. I think after that Luke Thompson heat with such few waves ridden, I think the other competitors have taken note of that and gone, you need more opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. We started the previous heat with the discussion of the Luke Thompson only finding one wave in the lineup. Having a look at Surprise here, who's holding steady on a longer rail, and that was a nice driving turn. He should have made a completion. I'll just have a look at Clay Turrell here. Nice final turn, Greg.
Yeah, he would have liked to have got one more hit up there, but he did get 2 turns. It looks like we got a board change going to happen. Is that Lepront? I think it is Luke Lepront. Something's happened, so he's going to get a board change. This is where, if you're a nipper when you're young and a couple of life-saving skills, learning to surf waves, he's going to get that board change. I'm sure his caddies will be in with him.
Well, while Lepront does the swim, let's go down to the beach where Lepront is trying to swim to, and let's hear from a winner of that last heat, Aiden Mason-Camp.
Aiden, double heat win. I know that the conditions have kind of changed quite a bit from your heat earlier. Talk us through that. I know the heat just before you, the guys actually who advanced only caught one wave.
Yeah, crazy. It's super tough out there. Lots of water moving, new swell. Wind also came up, so just making that sweep quite gnarly. So it's all that like undercurrent that's making it a bit difficult to identify and get the right wave. But I was lucky to get that first one and advance through.
Nice, stoked. And I know you changed your board from your heat just a few hours ago. Do you want to tell us about your equipment choice?
Yeah. I got onto something a little bit bigger, step driver from Matt Bayolis Mayhem. So the guys here in South Africa have done an awesome job. Super stoked with how they're all coming out now, and a couple magics. Struggling to actually choose which one to surf into the heats, but they're all going good, and this one definitely held in the water nicely, and that's what I was looking for out there. So stoked on the board, stoked on all the equipment, and thanks to all the sponsors for just being absolute legends and supporting me through the year and getting me to these events. It's incredible, and looking forward to the Challenger Series going further, and we'll continue moving forward.
Amazing, Aiden. Well done. Big heat win, and go rest up for the rest of the day. We'll see you tomorrow. Cool. Back to you guys.
Well, great feedback from Aiden Mason-Camp there. Looking very mature and settled in 2026 is Aiden on that slightly longer board as well. I'd like to take that discussion into some account, Greg, because when the ocean has a little bit of disturbance like that, slightly longer rail line can just bring a bit of steadiness to the drive through turns. And certainly Mason-Camp navigating that last heat very well.
Yep, absolutely. And this was he went for a huge turn. That's what caused Luke Lepront to break that board. And we see Surprise Mapamula. How's that little free fall out of there? Well, Surprise connecting well on that wave.
Yeah, a little bit of inside info. Surprise Mupamalo also going to step up equipment here. He's on the Channel Islands Fever. He's gone for the pintail, and he's gone up from a 5.6 to a 5.8. So boards from Mason-Camp under the Mayhem brand, and of course the Channel Islands, all coming out the same factory. And it'll be a proud moment for Surprise's dad, who is running factory management there for the brands. And certainly Surprise Mupamalo just getting a nice tidy snap in the pocket there.
Yeah, that was a well put together a 2-turn combo from Surprise. Maybe a slightly smaller wave, but still got the maneuvers in, and it is going to be another one of these very tight heats on our hand into the afternoon.
100% right, Greg. We're approaching the halfway mark here. Just looking at the block of scores, top left of screen, nothing special shouting at us just yet. The best is Gabriel Klausner's 4.5. Next best is Turrell's 3.5. And then Turrell has a 3.3. Surprise has a 3.23. So some work ahead for Luke Lepront. We saw him come into picture on that replay, Greg, with that massive float. That's the kind of thing that's it was like a casino payout. You gamble it all for a big number, or you lose it all. And certainly the leg rope snapping, Lepront on his way to the beach, and will be making his way back out. Speaking about all the water moving, Surprise is also going to go for that run around, just indicating what Aiden Mason-Camp was alluring to in that beach interview.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the rounded pin or the thumbtail boards, a lot of the surfers opting for that out there this afternoon.
It's about as difficult as the lineup has been all day, and it is just tripping up our surfers here. We saw Luke Thompson 2 heats back progress, but care of only one wave. So very tricky here in the latter part of the afternoon as we move through the round of 32. Still 2 more heats to go, Greg, to wrap up the round, but that will set us up for some clean conditions tomorrow morning as we look at the prospect of running the round of 16, of course, on the women's side as well. Round of 16 waiting to go. So exciting stuff ahead for us here, but they need to navigate carefully and find waves like this. This one is drawn out clean, and a quick response there. A little bit of a cockroach demount from Klausner, but again, just indicating how tough it is in the lineup right now, Greg.
Yeah, it's tough. I've figured it out. I feel Gabriel Klausner has shades of.
Tell us. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Current world number 1, Leo Fioravanti. He's almost got that driving through those turns, also a tall structure. I just see shades of Leo in him.
Well, great talking points, but the talking point on this one, Greg, is the ocean surface.
Wow, it's just catching our surfers up. And look at that turn, nice and strong, big driving sections, hitting it hard, but not holding on to that maneuver. And wow, there's just so much going on. Our surfers are, like I said, it's not done on purpose. This is big bumps and lumps that are hitting the surfboards and just making them go off balance.
Yeah, everybody wrangling and wrestling. A lot of water movement here. I feel what's happening as well, Greg, is with the south sweep going right to left across the screen for the viewers, that there's a lot of water loading up in both bogs and bathers and then venting out through the Willards Beach main contest site. So you see like the ocean surface almost going through these big undulations, and it really is destabilizing the playing field right now.
Yeah, there's a lot going on out there. It's a very bumpy lineup. And this is what time in the water does. You learn these bumps and you figure out where to go, and everything from your takeoff can put you off. So you've got to get every part of the wave right, otherwise you're going to get knocked off.
So perhaps a medium-sized wave that just draws a bit of cleaner water on the inside. Seems like right now the bigger sets, Greg, are the more troublesome ones. And then the problem is once the bigger sets break, they just move a lot of water back out through the lineup. So it is about as challenging as we've seen all week. And here goes a solid overhead wave. It's going to allow a bit of opportunity for Klausner, who he says is imitating Leo Fioravanti. And I will agree with that as he just navigates 2 big clean turns, Greg, and certainly is going to stamp his authority on the heat and on his way to the round of 16.
Yeah, he's got that presence about him, that almost zoomed in look when he takes off on a wave with his with that big build. His turns look really solid and in your face.
Well, live action as we'll just track and follow Clay Turrell down the line. This wave also pulling a little cleaner. It's going to go into a broken section. You see how hard this, but he whips it nice and tightly. It is difficult conditions to navigate. You see how much flush is moving through the lineup there. It's venting. Gabriel Klausner back over that sandbar. Hopefully Turrell will navigate as well. And just like that, we're slipping under the 6-minute mark. And that's going to set a bigger set of requirements for Surprise and Luc Lepront respectively here, Greg.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish with Clay Turrell holding on to second place at the moment.
Well, Lepront has just trimmed his way onto an inside wall here, and perhaps this is a good strategy. It's allowed a couple of turns. Really nothing on the scorecard just yet, but this is proving to be a useful wave in the context of competition, and he'll go in and out there. So just a working wave for Luc Lepront as we come down to 5 minutes and 15 seconds, and that is going to go a long way in the right direction, because prior to that, just some decimals for Lepront to hang on to, and a good swim.
Yeah, he's had to work for it. Yeah, so let's see how his fight back comes along. Of course, Clay Turrell as well has had a couple of solid, decent scores to hold on to second now, but our surfers are going to be chasing him. Look at the size of this wave. Wow, what a rip off the top from Gabriel. And sets up. He has that patience to make sure he gets the finish. So maybe he could have got more on that finish, but it was a heavy section. And now Clay Turrell sets up, and he's on his Spider Murphy surfboard. It's a slash model. And these boards really like to work in the steep part of the wave. So watch, he'll wait for it to stand up, and there gets a quick rotation under the lip. So yeah, it's quite interesting. And on those shapes, as we see Luc Lepront finally starting to get some sort of score to grab onto here, works this one through to the inside, and he's still got a bit of time, Luke. This one's going to definitely help his cause. It will help him settle a lot into the end of the heat.
4 minutes remaining for all four our competitors to wrestle and wrangle with the ocean here. Judges working on scores for last of Klausner and last of Lepront, as they'll try to bring that scorecard up to date and throw a situation out to the lineup for our competitors. 3:45 now on the clock, and we are expecting a very meaningful, I think quite a meaningful number, Greg, from Gabriel Klausner. Biggest wave, as you said, just had to navigate some choices at the end section, but certainly on a big wave brought 2 turns to the judging panel. Luc Lepront, an inside working wave. Now let's pull back and have a look at those replays. Judges are still pondering these scores, folks.
Yeah, I think that wave of Gabriel, also where it is in the heat, he had to surf it to the score. This is a replay of Lepront. So waiting for this score to come through. He finds a few sections. It's a mid-sized wave, but it's got a run on it. And he certainly gets a couple of turns on that. So that one had a good run. Deep off the bottom. Oh, that was a beautiful opening turn. And, this is further down the beach. Huge finish for Gabriel. So that previous wave set him up to actually do that. He knew he would have put 2 decent scores in the scoreline, and then opened him up to do the 2 big hammers. And that's another wave. And then I believe, there we go. Surprise Mapamula as well seemed to have found a wave in the mix.
All right, it's raining replays and it's raining scores now, because everyone has put their hand up. A previous score in for Gabriel Klausner of a 4.67. So perhaps that was that big tall wave. Greg still waiting for more from the judges for our heat leader. And then, of course, surprises scorecard open. Let's have a look at where second place is sitting. Clay Turrell has priority, and there are his scores. So it's a 6.83 heat total for the rest of the field to chase, for Lepront and for Mopamolo to try and get over. Let's have a look at what Surprise brought for us, Greg.
Okay, sets up. That's a setup turn. Looks down the line. What's on offer? A nice slice off the top for him. He's looking for a solid finish. So drifts off the top, gets a wave. That could put him...
Well, let's put perspective on it, folks. 90 seconds to go, 3.5 required, or a 3.6 for Surprise. Are we getting that number, that longer rail, just steadying him through a difficult wave here, Greg?
Yeah, those first 2 turns were very much a setup, but I like that last turn. I mean, he really pushed hard. So you got 2, carvy setup turns, and then 1 big finish.
And back to live action, Clay Turrell trying to keep his hopes alive, and 3 South African goofy footers just wrestling it out there. Last turn incomplete for Clay Turrell as we go down under the 1 minute mark. Exciting stuff here. What did we get for a last ride of Surprise? Still waiting to see if that number comes through. Looks like it's going to be a 3.47, Greg, so just not enough to nudge the scorecard. Clay Turrell looks like he may just be safe with this score still to come.
Yeah, so Clay Turrell unfortunately looked like he was incomplete at the end of this wave. Clicks that first turn, sets up, and he was really aiming to finish it off here. He did everything he could, but this wave coming together and going, get off your feet, and knocked him off.
Well, up-to-date scores here. That's how it's looking on the scorecard. 15 seconds to go. Look at Turrell's total of a 6.83. Mopamolo with a 6.7. It's so close between that second and third, but the battle of the South African goofy footers looks like it's going to settle with Clay Turrell getting the advance along with Gabriel Klausner. But all credit to Klausner, who found a score just over the 5-point mark with that big 2-turn combo, Greg.
Yeah, he settled in and managed to really hammer that last turn, and a dominant performance from Gabriel.
About as tough as conditions can get here, certainly the toughest all day right now. We'll take a quick break from the official result, and we'll be back for more to wrap up the round of 16.
Welcome back. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. And I'm sitting in the booth with Mike Frew, and we're going to take you through the last couple heats of the round. This is heat number 7 of the round of 32, and getting off to a nice early start here. This is Jackson Bunch representing Hawaii. That's a beautiful opening turn for Bunch. Wraps it into the pocket, and he's going to look for a strong finish, Mike.
Yeah, Jackson very comfortable here in Ballito. As we've been saying in the previous heats when we've been watching him, he generally has quite good results here. So he seems to enjoy coming to Qualification, this region of South Africa, and he continues to progress through a couple of heats. And he has some great form so far in this event. And he'll be stoked with that leading into the big one, the Challenger Series that starts from the 12th of July.
Of course, yeah, Jackson will know what he needs to do to get a good result. In the Challenger, he's already qualified for that CT a couple of years ago, looking to re-qualify. Of course, Jackson Bunch ended up getting a 3rd place finish at this event last year. Here he goes, gets around that big whitewater section, overhead section for Bunch. That was a beautiful opening turn. This is sort of a little carve off the top, and then a nice finish for Jackson Bunch. So the surfer from Maui gets off to a decent start.
Johan, it's quite tricky to find the right waves out there with that rip, with the southeast wind. The congestions have changed a lot since this morning. And just to the right of our screen, you can see it's very tricky there. You can see that rip current. And Jackson did well selecting that first wave as an open at a good, solid open face. It was well overhead for him. And importantly, it didn't close out at that lovely wall in order to crack a few maneuvers. So a great start there for Jackson.
Definitely 3 turns to the beach. Of course, round of 32, heat 7. So if you guys have just joined us, I'm sure we'll get another replay at some stage of that opening wave for Bunch, but a pretty good start. And we're going to just take a look at this one more time. Mike, so last of red, run us through this.
Right, so he's generating a bit of speed. You can see that section ahead of him, gets round that sort of closing out section, whacks a turn straight up into another one. Importantly, both of those turns were up in the critical section of the wave, and then he finishes it really strong with what I felt was the most critical turn on the wave. And then we saw, it looked like it was Winter Vincent wearing the white singlet, the Australian. Look at that big warble that went through the wave. So tricky conditions out there. Winter navigates that section well and gets on the board in this heat number 7 of the round of 32, Johan.
Yeah, there was so much action at the beginning of the heat, we didn't even get to introduce the surfers. They're being joined in this heat by Luke Ginaldo, who's now up and riding, and Luca Macinas. So up and riding, it's Blue, gets the first turn off the top, another one, knifes that section, and he's going to find a finish.
First turn of Luke Ginaldo, I think if you have a look at it, and if there's a slightly slower replay, I think you find his whole board came out on that first turn, rotated just past the lip, and the fins drifted free. Good opening turn there for Luke Ginaldo, and then he had that tricky inside section. Check this. Okay, there was the inside section there where he navigated the closeout. We've seen that unsettle or make so many surfers unstuck there over the course of this event so far, but Luke Ginaldo traverses through that section, no problem.
Yeah, Luke Ginaldo, the surfer from Huntington, Beach in California. You were telling me a pretty cool story. We'll get back to it in a sec. Last of red with the replay. And this is just another, well, this is a second scoring wave. No, this is the first wave for Jackson Bunch. So we're just taking another look at that. Nice end snap there. And he did get rewarded. The score has just come in at a 7.67 for first of red. So dream start there for Jackson Bunch. This was opening score for Winter Vincent. And you know what? We know what Winter Vincent can do. That wave quality on that last one wasn't too great. So he did well to finish off. And that was just another throwaway. So I predict that Winter Vincent will get a decent number on the scoreboard, but I don't think it'll get up close to Jackson Bunch. And look at this last one, Luke Ronaldo.
Oh, you see that? Popped right out. Very nice turn there. Very critical for Luke Ronaldo. Navigates the end section well, but high risk on that first maneuver with the board pretty much not coming high out the water, but it's difficult to do that on your backhand, and you've got to time it absolutely perfectly to make it look like it's part of the complete transition of turns and flow through the wave.
Yeah, he pushed into that lip really hard, and yeah, many surfers would have lost control there. So he did really well to sort of stick onto his board as that tail sort of slid out the back of the wave in that fins free maneuver. And I was going to ask you earlier on, Mike, you were telling me a story about Luke Ronaldo's white wetsuits. I haven't seen one of those in a few years.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny story. Let's just check if there's any action here. I don't want to go down the long road of a story and get interrupted by a wave. Important that we keep our focus here on the heats. Jackson's not going to allow us to tell their story because he's up and riding on his second wave of the heat. Oof. Oh, Johan, it just shows you that Jackson Bunch, CT level surfer, and struggling with that end section of Ballito, it really can catch out the best of them. So he'll be straight back out there. He already has a very good score on the board. It's a 7.67. So whatever he does score there, even with the fall, will go into his top two. So, sorry, to just get back to that story. So, when we arrived in Ballito, Luke Ronaldo has been here for about a week or so surfing. And the one thing that really stands out is he's got this white wetsuit, okay? And quite unusual to see a white wetsuit in a lineup. And, of course, it sticks out. It's an unusual wetsuit to see. Anyway, a little while ago, he requested a white wetsuit from his sponsors. And his sponsors said to him, no ways. We don't just give out white wetsuits, you know. You got some very high-profile surfers in the past that have featured in white wetsuits, and we're not just giving out white wetsuits to everybody. And then he said to them, well, if I qualify for the Challenger Series, will you give me a white wetsuit? And they were like, okay, deal. That's a deal. And with a lot of work ahead of him in the, you know, so many good surfers in America, not a lot of spots on the Challenger Series. Anyway, Luke Ronaldo did qualify for the Challenger Series, and a little while later, what arrived at his house from his sponsors? A white wetsuit, so he wears it quite proudly.
That's a cool, really cool story. First, the blue opened up a 5.33. Here we go with Winter Vincent. That's more like the Winter Vincent we've seen over the last couple of years. Much better wave quality there for Vincent from the northern beaches of Sydney. And he finds a strong finish there, does the surfer in the white singlet. So just to remind you guys, that last score for Luke Ronaldo in the white wetsuit comes through at a 5.33. So that's the opening score for blue. And of course, I'm looking forward to checking another replay of that last wave for Winter Vincent, because that looked like a pretty decent one.
Winter Vincent also has had a good run here in Ballito over previous years. It's a spot that he likes. It's his sponsor's event. Winter has had a spot in one of the CC events earlier this year as well. Look at the size of that set, Johan, rolling through. We knew that the wave or the ocean was going to pulse this afternoon, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And like Greg and Giggs were saying in the previous heat, those big ones are not necessarily the ones that you want to take off on. Here's the one you wanted to see, Johan.
Here we go. So this is Winter Vincent. Nice opening turn. And that was the money turn right there. So gets up right into the lip. Lots of speed. And really just throws his weight into that turn. Rides out successfully. So that score is coming in. Last of white, Winter Vincent, the Australian. and the numbers are trickling in. It's not going to be a bad number on his scoreline. A 6.5 last score for Winter Vincent.
Wow, so that takes Winter up into the lead as we see Jackson Bunch. He was in the lead. He has that 7. Then he just had the sort of throwaway score. He's now getting to work on his third wave of the heat, Jackson Bunch, all the way through to the inside. Important now, that one he navigates that inside section, so he makes that comfortably. I think he might do the run around here. Ooh. No, he's actually asking for a change of board. So, Johan, I wonder, you know that one he fell on? I wonder if possibly...
Ooh, right on the rocks.
Well, I tell you what, if that board wasn't wrecked before, he's wrecking it now.
Oh, he's just been dragged.
Right on the rocks.
Well, this is a big section.
So Luke Ronaldo now, plenty action.
Wow.
Certainly not a sleepy heat.
Oh.
And Luke Ronaldo claiming the end of that wave. Right, so Jackson Bunch actually fell on that closeout section and potentially damaged the board, or he's finding that that's not the preferred board that he wants out there for these type of waves.
Wow.
He's asked for a board change from his fellow competitors or his support team on the beach. They'll get him some updated equipment. And goodness me, how's he came in over those rocks, eh?
Wow, this is an entertaining heat to watch. I mean, we just watched Jackson Bunch get washed in over those dangerous-looking rocks. Then we watched Luke Ronaldo with 2 big cracks on the backhand. And then Luca Macinas had a great-looking wave on the front side. So I'm sure we'll get to see a replay of that one for the Peruvian in the green. So 8.5 minutes to go. This one is just... really entertaining, and I can't believe we've only got 8 minutes left in this, but we do have a couple big scores to drop in, and I'm sure we'll get to see a couple of these replays, Mike.
So Cade Matson gives Jackson Bunch a replacement board, his backup board. He'll run around in either panel in the rip there on the surface side of the rocks, or potentially on the bather's side. I feel like on bathers where all their water's washing across, you can maybe just get a quicker sweep around the back rocks there. So he'll be out and back in the lineup. And look at that score that comes in for Jackson Bunch's last wave, Johan.
Yeah, it comes in at a 5.43 for Bunch. So a couple good-looking backside maneuvers, and I like the fact that Jackson really committed to try and find some flow through that flat section in the wave and find the finish. So he gets that board replacement, and he's making his way back out into the lineup. And he is currently the surfer in the lead with a 7.67 and a 5.43. So last of blue still coming in, as well as last of green, and then we'll give a proper sort of heat update. And I do think it's going to shake things up. Looking at some of these replays, Mike.
Right, so this is Luke Ronaldo. I think this is the one he claimed. So another nice turn to start the wave, gets the board out into a second one. Great trail of spray as he finishes that one. And there you go, Luke, pretty stoked with that. Behind him, this is Luca Macinas now. Oh, look how he laid back into that first turn, power into the second one. Johan, this could be one of the highest scoring heats that you and I have called today.
100%. I mean, we're looking at some really good surfing in this heat so far with 6.5 minutes to go. Jackson Bunch with a 7.67, and we do have 2 scores to come in, and I do not think they're going to be low scores. One for blue and one for green. It's going to make this heat really interesting. Of course, Luke Ronaldo had 3 really nice turns all the way to the beach. And of course, that wave from Luca Macinas, that looked like championship tour surfing. Just with a big carve to snap sort of combo of maneuvers. And scores are slowly starting to drop in for last of blue and green. Just under 6 minutes remaining.
So scores coming in for Luke Ronaldo, as you said. And I think the judges indicating what they're looking for here in this heat.
Yeah, last of blue does come in at a 7.23. That's a 7.23 for the American Luke Ronaldo. Now in second position, Winter Vincent moves down to third, but we do have a score coming in for Luca Macinas. So currently he's in fourth. He's in a combo situation.
That was that 2 big turns. Those, absolute power hacks. There's no other way to describe it. And the judges looking at those replays. And once that's in, I think you could see every single one of these competitors in the double digits total heat score.
Definitely. At the moment, he's in a combo situation of a 12.56, but he's going to break that very easily. and it's really going to help him in his campaign once that drops. So I'm curious to see what the score comes in as. We've got 5 minutes remaining in this round of 32, heat number 7, and this is turning out to be one of the most entertaining heats of the day. So priority is with white, second priority green. This is Luca Macinas.
So Luca opting to go left, using his priority over the surfer in blue there. Most likely not one of the top 2 waves of his overall score. We are still waiting for that solid wave of his to drop, Johan?
Yeah, and that was the 3rd scoring wave for Macinas, the left-hander. But that right-hander is the score that is coming in shortly, and that's going to be a big score in terms of this heat. And I do think it's going to make things interesting. At the moment, it's red in first with blue in second. White sort of sandwiched in the middle there in third with a decent score of a 6.5. But the score coming in for surfer in the green, Luca Macinas. 4 minutes remaining. And priority now with white, Winter Vincent.
The judge is really taking a while to drop that last score in. They have access to replays. I think they're watching it a couple of times and potentially asking for some of the other waves in the heat to be replayed as well, so that they can make that comparison between the waves before they put their score in. They've got access to a full replay system there, and they can request specific waves from earlier in the heat to compare one of their waves to. Looks like we got it right. It's Winter Vincent.
Winter Vincent up and going. A nice little opening kind of jam in the pocket. Another similar sort of turn. And throwing the tail out to finish. I thought for a moment he was going to come unstuck there, but manages to hang on to that turn. It was a really dumpy sort of section, and he did really well to find the completion, Mike.
Yeah, that's when we look at the replay of that, you're going to see how close Winter came to almost not making that closeout section. The way the board drifted, and we saw so much air under the board, he did so well to recover and ride that out. He had the flow and speed in that maneuver going into it, and this is it. So Winter driving down the line, lovely first turn, and that first turn just projected him into the second two, into the third. Wow.
That was huge.
I really like how he drifted the tail on that one, drifted it across, like a cross section, and then as the fins land on the flats there, projected him forward through.
Yeah.
Beautiful first turn. I really think that Winter's bringing some fantastic, he always does, bring some fantastic form into the event, and the speed at which he went through those 2 turns, those floats, each one got better and better and better, and then resulted in the last turn, which was just so explosive, and put a massive exclamation mark on the way for us.
Definitely. Meanwhile, we're going to wait for the score to come in. Surfer in the green, Macinas dropped a 7.73 for that right-hander 2-turn combo. So that's the highest score of the heat so far for Luca Macinas. He is down in 3rd position though, so he desperately needs a backup score. He's looking for a 4.83, and last of white, Winter Vincent comes in. It's an excellent 8.33 for the Australian. So he catapults from 4th position all the way up into 1st. Here we go with Jackson Bunch down to 2nd, fighting his way to get that lead once again. And Bunch is looking for a decent score to take that top position. So down to 2nd, just over a minute to go. But man, oh man, Mike, an 8.33. The judge is really liking that last turn for Winter Vincent.
So Winter, the projection he used over those 2 floaters to get into that 3rd turn was amazing, like very, very fast surfing. And by the time he got to that 3rd turn, he had so much speed. Winter Vincent, he's done. He's already out the water, so he's not paddling back out there. And now we know Jackson Bunch has come in. 1 minute remaining. Luke Gianoldo and Lucas Macinas are out there. And is a set or something going to present itself for those two? Because look at their requirements. Luke Gianoldo only needing a 5.88, Luca Macinas a 5.87. There could still be a last second change here if some waves come through. 20 seconds remaining. There is a bit of a bump out there in the ocean, Johan.
Yeah, meanwhile, Winter Vincent on the beach signing autographs before the heat is finished. But there might be a couple, 1 or 2 more waves to end this one off. Macinas up and riding. Important one here. Hunting a score down. Another jam in the pocket, big section. Luca Macinas finds the finish. He was looking for a score, and that is going to be a significant number for the Peruvian surfer in the green. I don't know if there was an opportunity for blue, but we will wait for that last score to come in for surfer in the green. So we'll definitely analyze this one, Mike, as we wait for that score.
So definitely, for me, the highlight heats of the day, every one of the surfers posting, this is Winter Vincent's last wave, right? No, this was the high score, the 8. 2 big turns straight into a lovely third one.
That was massive.
Flaring out. But check this, so Jackson Bunch had a 7, Luca Naldo had a 7, Winter had an 8, Lucas Macinas had a 7. So the highest scoring heat of the day so far, certainly what we've been watching, Johan. Very close between all 4. And can you believe that 2 of them will get knocked out despite scoring 7s in their total heat scores?
Yeah, I feel like they all deserve to make it through this heat, but this is surfing. That was Luca Macinas, and this is an important one. He's looking for a 5.87. He got a couple strong turns. It comes through at a 6.13, so situation change. It is Luca Macinas up to second position, with Winter Vincent taking out the win here in the round of 32, heat number 7. So congrats to all of our surfers here. Jackson Bunch drops down to third. He was first for majority of the heat, and he takes a third position with Luke Ginaldo taking the 4th spot. So this is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. We'll be right back for some more entertaining action. And welcome back, ladies and gents. This is the round of 32, heat number 8. I'm sitting here in the booth. Welcome, Greg Emsley. Good to be here with you. We just watched a cracker of a last heat. This is the final heat of the round of 32, heat number 8. Introducing Massimo Bienz in the red, Jose Faulkner in the blue. We've got Ryan Kainalo in the white, and Teva Bashgua representing in the green. So good afternoon, Greg. Stoked to be here to call this heat with you.
Hey, Johan, yeah, that last heat, stoked to have actually watched it live. Everyone was on the edge of their seats. That definitely heat of the competition so far. Massive turns, and we see live action now.
Up and going. This is the young Ryan Kainalo, 20-year-old from Ubatuba in Brazil. He just took out the title at the Pro Junior competition, and he finds a decent finish there. So, I mean, I was chatting a little bit with Mike earlier, Greg, and Ryan Kainalo, he's been really good at getting 2 decent scores in the opening sort of 10 minutes of the heat, which really frees him up to go to the air and to do some of those flary turns in the last heat. In the last 10 minutes of the heat, what have you been thinking about his surfing throughout the event so far?
Yeah, he's very solid. That's definitely his go-to strategy. He tries to build a quick start and get that scoreboard ticking. He likes to put the pressure on the other surfers, but at the same time, it also gives him that opportunity to free himself up and go to the air, which he's really good at in the back half of the heat. And we're going to get a couple of replays from the opening exchanges with white and, of course, green also having a wave in that break.
Yeah, Teva Bashgua, this is the surfer up and riding in the green, and he had a nice sort of carve in the pockets. He set up another little carve through the inside, and he was looking for a bigger finish. One more turn and a flurry of turns there, Greg. Nice finish for surf in the green.
Yeah, so Teva really linking those maneuvers very well. And there we see Ryan Canalo, nice carving wrap to start and then quickly up into the finish. So that will be a good starting number. And this is live action for Ryan as well down the beach.
Yeah, here he goes. Big sort of crunchy section for Kainalo. One more. And is he going to find a finish? Yes, he does. Hangs on, and looks like an incredibly shallow section of the sandbank there, Greg. So I think he did pretty good to land that.
So getting back to your conversation, the quick start that Ryan likes to find, he's already on 2 waves, 4 maneuvers, 2 maneuvers a wave. So really surfing to his strategy there. And we'll see where these scores go, but either way he's going to build a lead at the start and build that scoreline quickly and give himself a nice base to settle in and grow that scoreline.
100%. That opening score for Teva Boshgua does come in at a 6.67. So that was a pretty decent start for Green. And take us through this one again, Greg.
Yeah, so big stretched out wall, comes around, manages to get a strong vertical turn, and then somehow gets out onto the face and a heavy landing finish as well. So, yeah, Ryan Canalo gets an opener score and then backs it up very quickly. But Teva Boshgua, he's just growing from strength to strength. We talk about that win that he had in Port Alfred at the Royal St Andrews Hotel event there. The maneuvers he was doing there was, I think, something that he's really taken and grown with confidence, because that's where he really showcased what he had on the backhand.
Yeah, definitely, Greg. I mean, in his last heat, I think in the previous round, I'm not sure if you watched that one, but he had a 6.5 for a single big backside sort of hit off the top. And he's looking really strong, specifically on that backhand. We saw what he did in Port Alfred, so good analysis there. He's looking really confident, and of course opened up with that 6.67. Last of White Kainalo, well, second to last of White, 4.17. Last of White, a 4.67. So a couple sort of mid-range scores for White Kainalo. He's looking to build. And then at the moment, it's Jose Faulkner sitting out the back with priority, and he's going to stay patient and wait for a set.
Yeah, so Teva has been in South Africa for some time. He did surf in the Vic Bay Pro, and they've been cruising around. His dad, Aziz, and him, they've done the coast. They've been in J Bay for a bit. They've been on the south coast, Scottsboro, and really having a couple of weeks just to train in the South African waters.
Yeah, and getting up with action here is Jose Faulkner, going to get around this big section and try and hit one off the top. Nice turn for Faulkner, and sort of catches that shallow part of the sandbank that Kainalo was on now, and negotiates that and finds a finish as well. So Jose Faulkner throwing his hat in the ring. But as you were saying, Greg, Teva Boshgua and his dad, who was actually a previous coach for Ramsey, has been traveling the coastline. They did a road trip through Jeffreys Bay up the coast. So he's been really acclimatized to the waves down here in South Africa, and he's on a real tear at the moment.
Yeah, really cool family as well, easy to talk to, and I was hoping they would actually come through East London and spend a bit of time, but didn't get there, but hopefully next time. This is Jose Faulkner just floating through that first section and then whacking up, gets a closeout finish. So he's into a start. Just looking at that board, looking quite short for Jose. We're seeing a lot of surfers opting to go with the step-ups, something slightly longer. Mostly pintails being ridden out here, or rounded pins being ridden out here this afternoon. And definitely you're wanting a little bit more of a rail line to engage on these big open walls.
For sure. And up and going, it's surfer in the green. Boshgua, he's just going to find one turn. So that one not going to be a keeper for surfer in the green, but it's going to go into his scoreline. It has a second scoring wave. The first score for blue, Jose Faulkner, comes in at a 3.83. So that's blue with a 3.83. And that is surfer out the back, Massimo Bienz. He's representing the Swiss flag, but from Cape Town, and lives and surfs in that area. So he's the junior in this heat, and he's staying patient, Greg. You've seen Massimo surf a little bit over the last few years in the junior ranks and coming through the rookie rippers and the pro juniors. We'll get back to Massimo. This is last of green.
Yeah, so this is that where I talk about that rail line. You just see Teva getting caught up there with looking like he's on just a normal short board, and that board just not getting that rail to project into the next section. Yeah, Massimo, affectionately known by his friends and peers as Momo, he's actually grown quite a bit in the last year or so, and with that his turns have become a lot bigger. He's throwing a lot of spray and getting nice complete maneuvers. I thought he had a fairly well served heat this morning to advance, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more action from him here in the round of 32. I'd like to see him really put pressure on his older, more experienced competitors.
Definitely, great opportunity for a young man, and he's done really well to make it through, as you said, Greg. So just over 11 minutes remaining, and it is currently Kainalo with two sort of mid-range scores, a 4.67 and a 4.17. Teva Boshgua in second position, looking for a small score of a 2.17. So he's got that 6.67 in his scoreline. And then, of course, Jose Faulkner with a 3.83. And priority still with young Massimo Bien. So 11 minutes remaining in this one, Greg. I mean, we saw some tricky conditions so far this afternoon, but the last one was a cracker. So I think we've got some great scoring potential in the next 11 minutes.
Yeah, we saw the ocean really get quite bumpy, a lot of water moving through the lineup. That heat 7 was the heat probably of competition so far. It seemed to settle a bit, and here we go, using that priority.
Ryan Kainalo, the Brazilian, is going to look for a big section to hit, little slash in the pocket, and this is going to be the big section, and he just goes maybe a little bit too big on that one and a bit wild for Surfer in the white Kainalo. He would have wanted to land that one, Greg, but unfortunately he's going to come unstuck and he's going to have to reset out the back. He has got the heat lead, but if I was in his shoes right now, if you were in his shoes, I'm sure you wouldn't be feeling too sort of confident just yet with 10 minutes remaining and all these surfers sort of biting at your heels.
Yeah, he's actually surfing a smart heat. Halfway through that wave, he would have thought, okay, right now I'm only sitting on probably if I do a basic finishing turn, I'm still going to just get another 4. So he was thinking, if I really push this last turn and I put the tail out and I make it, it's going to be more dramatic, and that might become a 5 or closer to a 6, and then your scoreline builds. So he's surfing to his scoreline. I don't think it's actually a mistake. I'm actually think he thought about it and thought he's got to push it, and even though it was incomplete, he's got that base to do that.
Definitely, that's a good analysis there, Greg. Of course, having all the competitive experience, a lot of heat strategies come into play and it becomes really technical. So Kainalo is going to reset. He's got Teva Boshgua behind him in the green, and here we go with blue. That's Jose Faulkner. Massive turn. Is he going to ride out?
Oh, I would have loved for Jose to have made that. I absolutely loved that attack. Jose Faulkner, he's waving for something. Looks like maybe an equipment change for him. So hopefully we'll get that replay. That was just a heavy hit. Probably creased that board as he went up into that lip. Let's hopefully we get a nice slow replay of that as well, because if he had pulled that one maneuver, let's have a look here, that would have been really big drives off the bottom. Wow, he whacked that wave hard, and there, as he landed, he could have actually gone straight through that board. So let's see how that equipment looks, and hopefully a reset for him.
That was massive on the backhand for Jose Faulkner, of course, from down the road in Jeffreys Bay. And he's been competing at this QS level for quite some time now. Did end up qualifying for the Challenger a few years ago and looking to re-qualify for the 2027 season of the Challenger Series. Up and going here, Greg. This is the surfer from Morocco in the green.
Yeah, Teva just connecting with that section. Didn't quite get the timing perfect on that one. So it's... he's got a 1.67 in his scoreline, so he'll probably replace that, but not quite the connection that Tev is looking for on these open face waves. And where is Jose in all of this? Has he got the board change? I wonder how he's resetting as we approach the last quarter.
That last score of green does come through at a 3.83 for Boshgua. So he is in the lead, surfer in the green. Situation change, but right behind him, this is Ryan Kainalo. Big section for Kainalo. Tags it off the top, finds the completion. Greg?
Yeah, one heavy section. Ultimately, the waves have the last say. So that one also steep and nicely bowled out for Ryan Kainalo. It does get the one maneuver. Let's see if he manages to replace that 417 in his scoreline. I'm not convinced it does. It will be there or thereabout, but I don't think it's going to improve his scoreline by too much.
So Ryan Kainalo currently sitting in second position as that score drops in. Of course, I'm not sure where Jose Faulkner is, Greg, as you were saying. He might have just come in and done an equipment swap, and he's running up the beach. And of course, Massimo Bien still sitting out the back patiently. That's him in picture there in priority. So we'll see what the judges think of last of white. Ryan Kainalo sitting with a 4.67 and a 4.17 with 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Massimo has been sitting for a long time with that small score and sitting on priority.
Looks like one of the kids running up with either replacements or the replacement board for Jose Faulkner. So I'm sure we'll get some visuals of the beach to see exactly where Jose Faulkner is with 5.5 minutes to go. And these scores are coming in. It comes in at a 4.37 for last of white. Kainalo so replaces his 4.17 with a 4.37, so slightly improves Greg. But surfer in the green still in the lead, with surfer in the blue looking for a 5.21. Massimo is now looking for 8.47. So I mean, Ryan Kainalo, he's sitting in second, and unfortunately for blue, I don't think he's in the lineup. He needs a 5.21, and Massimo is looking for an excellent score. Here he goes.
Yeah, so Massimo setting up this one. He's waited a long time with priority. A bit of a smaller wave, sets up for the inside hit, and just drifts that tail a little bit too much and catches the rail on the completion. So goes down into the last quarter here. It's, it looks like Teva and Ryan with a strong hold on this heat with the advancing first and second positions. Surfers Jose Faulkner not back in the lineup yet, and Massimo incomplete on his last wave.
Yeah, Massimo Biens is going to have to reset. Just a replay here for Teva Bashkura. This was the 3.83, the one big backhand blast, and then this was the 4.37 for surfer in the white. That was a big section. It was just one turn for white Kainalo. And running through this replay, this was last of red, and of course he just couldn't find the finish here, Greg.
Yeah, gets a little carve and not connecting even with that first turn. Wants to go big on this one and just drifting a little bit too far on that closeout turn.
So just under 4 minutes remaining in this round of 32, heat number 8, the last one of the round. And what a great day of competition it's been, Greg. Wow, we've been seeing some really good surfing, plenty of excellent rides. And we've got 3.5 to go. So I'm not sure if Jose Faulkner's back out into the lineup. In picture there, it's Ryan Kainalo in second position and Teva Bashkura in green in first. So we were talking about Teva. It feels like the last year or so he's just been really blowing up and been getting wins on the WQS. And of course, I'm really excited to see Bashkura through to that Challenger Series next week. I think we've still got plenty to see from the Moroccan.
Yeah, he's got the game on. He's doing the training. He's getting the results, and everything seems to be falling into place for Teva. I would like to see him get a really big result straight away on that Challenger Series. How fantastic would it be to see a huge start from all our South Africans, like really go out and dominate in the home waters. It is the first Challenger Series of the year, and how good would it be to see a couple of names, say in the top 20, even in the top 10, straight off the bat and really take it back to the rest of the world.
For sure. I mean, Africa is definitely one of the growing continents in surfing, and it's great to see the Moroccan contingent here. And Bashkura is waving the flag for not just Morocco, but the Africans in coming out of the Regional Africa Qualifying Series. So 2 minutes remain in this one. So 2 minutes remaining, and it is still green in a good position here, with white in second, and it looks like Jose Faulkner on the beach. So I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to make it back out with just under 2 minutes to go. Massimo Bienz is still looking for a score of a 7.91 to advance through this, Greg. So look at that big set.
We saw a couple of surfers ditching their boards there. Having to go under it. That was a solid wave. That was Massimo getting really caught inside there, but of course all okay. But yeah, the only problem is for Massimo, third priority and not much time on the clock to attack the scoreline.
Yeah, and there he is. Took a big one on the head, but great opportunity for young Massimo Bienz to compete and make it through to this round of 32. Against some of these really big names, some of the best surfers in the world. Previous CT surfers are competing in this event. And just waving his arm, there is Ryan Kainalo. And we do have 45 seconds remaining. So it does look like it's going to be very good, or in a good position, is surfer in the green. And white's also in a decent position. Red needs a pretty big score to make it through this one with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Massimo with third priority. Of course, Teva and Ryan will hold him off the next couple of waves that come through, and just stock standard competing at the back a couple of seconds of this heat. But solid performance from both Teva and Ryan in this one.
Definitely. So as this one sort of comes to a conclusion with 8 seconds remaining, it does look like it's going to be Teva Bashkua, the Moroccan, taking out the win ahead of Ryan Kainalo here in the round of 32, heat number 8. Well, Greg, day 2 of competition comes to a conclusion, and man, oh man, that was an entertaining day to watch. Any highlights from your side?
I think for me the highlight was the previous heat 7, round of 32. I know you guys were, yourself and Mike were calling it in the studio. I got to watch it live with the competitors. Everyone was cheering every wave, and it was just like we thought the day had sort of tapered off, but then that heat really livened things up, and for me that was a standout. It was big surfing, big drawn out sections and massive turns.
100%. We had some great surfing throughout day 2 of competition. It's Greg Emsley in the booth with me here, and we are so stoked to have taken you guys through some of those heats. I got to agree with you. We saw plenty of excellent rides today, Greg, but that last heat, number 7, was also my favorites. Every single one of those surfers had great heat totals. They all had about a mid-7 to high 7 in their bag. So that was a great sort of heat to watch and a highlight throughout the day. So that's just the scenes here, but cloudy. And the next call tomorrow morning at 6:55 a.m. For a possible 7:15 start. So Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. Just a quick question here, Greg. What are we in for tomorrow?
I'm excited to see what tomorrow brings. Today was the start of the swell, so quite raw. I think tomorrow we're going to see it settle a bit, but wake up to super clean conditions. I think we're going to see a great start to the day. I think we're going to see some really perfect waves, and looking forward to see what tomorrow brings. We're on finals day tomorrow.
Finals day. We're going to start off with the women's quarterfinals, run into the men's quarters, then the semis and the finals. So tune in, guys. Tomorrow morning, it's a 6:55 a.m. call for a possible 7:15 start. Signing off for day number 2 of competition. It's Greg Emsley and Johan Frey, Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. Cheers.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.